welcome to Spelunkers, a place for video games and nerd culture. This is the other half of the game exploration show. If you heard last week, the Spelunkers stood divided on what game we all wanted to play. So Chris and Tyler got a couple guests and are covering RE8, while Tom and myself got a couple guests and are covering Norman Reedus and his funky fetus. Also known as Death Stranding.
I'm so glad you actually went with that.
And our guest for this evening, you just heard the lovely voice of the wonderful James Smith.
Hello, Lore fans.
From the PS Premiere podcast. And we also have Travis McGahee.
The great courier himself.
Of the Draft Punks. How's everyone doing this evening?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I'm really excited to talk about
this.
Norman Reedus and his funky fetus.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a lot to talk about here. I guess just loose initial impressions. What are your thoughts on this chunk of the game we've played so far? Because I'm pretty hot on it, honestly.
My initial thought,
Mhm.
Death Stranding, more like P standing. Am I right?
I still haven't
Alright.
peed outside.
Really?
Neither have I. I have not either.
And I think actually I've only peed in the private locker one time. So
you know
I've
what?
only done one number 1 and one number 2 the whole game.
What I realized playing this game is that Norman Reedus has a ridiculously large bladder.
No. He's got really good sweat, a really good endocrine system that works just like better than his renal system. It all comes out through sweat. That's why you get 10 EX number 0 grenades when you haven't showered for a long time, because he sweats so much.
To be fair, I saved up 700 milliliters of urine. So, I mean,
I saved up over a liter of urine and got 10 EX1 grenades in one go.
Wow.
Yeah. He was angry at the camera for a little while before that. Tom, your thoughts?
So I had no idea anything about this game prior to playing here. So I'm having a ball so far. But so we have what? We have the BTs and BBs.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to decide amongst us four the BBA. And I will tell you what that is. So we have Norman Reedus in one corner. And on the other corner, we got Daisuke Tsuji he is Jin Sakai. So BBA is Best Bare Ass. So do we got Norman Reedus winning this, or do we have Daisuke Tsuji? Who's got the better bare ass?
It's a tough. I think I need to see them side by side.
It's been several months since I've seen Jin's ass, so let's...
See, I'm going to go with Jin just for the... I don't like all the handprints that are all over Mr. Reedus's buttocks.
That's fair.
So I'd go with Jin on this one.
I'm about to have this Google search.
Yeah, you're looking him up right now. This is going to be great.
What about BB himself?
Does he show his ass?
He does.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. It's a cute little baby butt. He does that.
When it's a tag team.
There you go. And when Norman finds him on the beach in his dreams.
True. Yep.
Which can't wait to get into those dreams.
Have you ever tried explaining this game to someone who has no idea what it is?
I think that we're going to do it right now.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's going to take 4 hours.
Yeah. Buckle up, Buttercup.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's start then. So we start with the prologue. We hear the voice of Norman Reedus, who we come to learn is Sam Porter Bridges, talking about explosions.
There was an explosion. My first note. So many explosions.
Yeah, the explosion of the universe, the explosion of Earth, the explosion of life on Earth, and then he mentions one more explosion, and then we roll into some credits over the backgrounds that we walk through the rest of the game with credits, and we see Norman Reedus Sam right on that background with a motorcycle. When he stops, turns around, and sees incoming rain with a flock of birds flying for some unknown reason.
Yeah.
And as he's sitting.
Literally, the only wildlife you see the entire game, like so far, I'm pretty sure, is those birds, right?
Maybe no.
No, one more.
Because in the cave, the first cave that you go into, there is a deer.
Yep.
Okay.
And I took a note of this because I wanted to bring this up. That deer, I guarantee you, is a reference to a Low Roar album cover that features a deer. Probably.
Oh.
Probably because okay, if those are the only 2 instances of animals, like so far, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, it's got to be because the other animal on that deer is a bunch of birds, a bunch of crows.
Hey.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
We've cracked
Wow.
the case.
What a banger of an observation.
Yeah.
All right, we can finish the podcast.
Yep, let's call it a day. We're all
You
done.
now know everything you need to know about Death Stranding. There's
Low
some birds
roar.
and a deer, and those are the only ones.
Mhm.
Yeah, so as Sam's sitting there, a drop of rain hits his hair, and it immediately turns gray. So if you didn't know something was weird before this, Travis and James, you both played this before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played part of it, but didn't beat it back around lunch. And like Tom said earlier, this is his first time. So, Tom, what were you thinking when this drop of rain hit his hair and it immediately went gray?
You know, I was already confused anyway, so I assumed that at some point they would tell me. I don't know that you hit at this point yet, but one thing that really made me angry is that dumb box that gets in your way and ruins your motorcycle. And you're riding on your motorcycle, Fragile appears, and you go, oh shit, and your motorcycle goes, now you're fucking walking.
You lay your motorcycle down to not hit her. Anyway, we're getting there.
Doesn't matter, she's appeared there anyway. She could have got out of the way. God
And
damn it.
the other strange thing with this rainbow, or this rain, is a big upside down rainbow.
With no
Yeah.
blue.
I still don't know what the deal is with the. I finished the game. I still don't know what the deal is with the upside down rainbows.
There's mail about it.
Yes. I don't read the mail.
There you go.
It's probably why.
That sounds like a
Um,
you problem.
That is
Not
a me
a-
problem.
Not a Death Stranding problem.
It's just smiling at you. That's why it's so
There
happy.
you go.
It's
But no, and it's so happy that there's no blue in it. That's why there's no blue.
No. I tell you what though, I was wondering about the rain, falling on his head and making his hair go grey. Is that like the first time that's ever happened to him? Because there's not a single grey hair on his head, apart from that.
That's true. Well,
And why would he be so careless now then?
See, here's the thing. I don't think he even triggers it. So I think because his hood just automatically goes up. Like if you're looking at him when like you transition into a rain area, there's like sensors or something on his jacket.
So on his Bridges uniform, that's true, but I don't think that's the case on the uniform he's wearing in this cutscene because he manually lifts it up at this point.
Good point.
I would so from before I was a locksmith, I was a hairdresser. I would imagine that you would have to age the hair follicle, the root of the hair, for it to grow gray, because it just turns that one spot gray. So it might have hit hair before, and then it grows out, and you just shave it off, and you wouldn't know. But if you get hit with enough on the top of your head, it would age your follicles, and then you're probably just gray hair for life.
That is the kind of insight people come to this podcast for.
Exactly.
So if you were a hairy bastard, you'd be safe for a little while. Like we're talking like Robin Williams fur, like going on. Like that guy, Robin Williams was a hairy man.
Okay.
Yeah, he'd be just naked running. It's like, oh, I just got to run over there quick. I'll be fine. And then just shave the hair off when you get back. It'll grow back. It's fine.
Yeah, no one will know the difference. So Sam turns around, sees this, flips his hood up, and continues to drive off as birds start to just drop to the ground all around him. And the camera just kind of comes to the ground as Sam peels off, and we see this footprint appear with no being above the footprint connected to it in any way, shape, or form, and it just fills with oil or tar.
Footprint or handprint?
Handprint, that's true. Yeah, handprint.
Why are they walking on their hands?
Because they want to shake hands with their feet.
BT cuz, man.
Sam's racing away from the rain, comes to a cliff, eyeballs everything, pulls back, jumps the cliff, and as he lands, like Tom said earlier, woman, who we come to learn is fragile, standing in the way. Sam dumps his bike so he doesn't hurt her, loses his cargo, and laments the bike falling off the cliff, screaming, "No, no, 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 no," as it just falls anyway. Nothing he can do.
We come to learn that her name is Fragile, not that she's fragile.
That's true. Her name is Fragile. She always says her name different than the
Fragile.
actual word.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
And I just want to say, if you've played through this whole game before, redoing this cutscene is almost as bad as losing your horse in Ghost of Tsushima. Spoiler
Losing
alert.
that motorcycle.
Yeah, I like I said, I've spent way more time on that motorcycle than I have on my feet, on this playthrough, and it was just as true on my first one. So like, yeah. Losing that precious first motorbike, and you don't see one again for a while.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I was talking a little bit with JT the other night about this game, and apparently he got that first free motorcycle in 30 minutes. As he was skipping cutscenes and watching them separately on
come
YouTube.
on. Yeah, if you skip cutscenes, you're easily beating this game.
That's like half the game.
It is. Like, what? I don't even remember what I said when I was first talking about. I think I said I was 3 or 4 hours in, and I had played like 45 minutes of actually playing anything.
Yeah, honestly, until you get to chapter 3, it's extremely cutscene heavy. And then,
so.
Yeah.
So Sam picks himself up after the accident, collects himself, grabs the cargo he can find in the area, and searches for some shelter to wait out the rain, and finds a small cave not too far away. He starts taking his cargo off to take a little break while he's in the cave, when he loses a picture that flies just to the edge of the cave. He walks over to grab it. As he's reaching down for it, a drop of rain hits the picture and the back of his hand. As it immediately, one little spot in the back of his hand immediately wrinkles, and one of the faces in the picture goes gray, like it's been aged for decades. In that moment, do
you think that was a metaphor of some kind?
Whose face did it age? It aged.
We find out later.
Whoa! We haven't found it out yet.
Well, I think we have.
Haven't we?
I think we have.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they show a close-up of it, and one of the faces is Sam.
Right.
Do we want to? This is like towards the end of this episode.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If they're listening, they should know.
Of the game. Yeah. It's Amelie, right? It doesn't hit.
I think it's.
I thought it was
different. I think it's a different character who we learn about in one of the cutscenes in chapter 7.
Yeah, before we learn about, or I think as we learn about Lou, right? Or am I thinking of a completely different person?
No, that's
Maybe
what I'm thinking of.
No, I think it's a character you learn about in the cutscenes with her.
Maybe I have not looked closely enough.
No, Deadman.
Ryan doesn't know anything.
I don't know anything.
We put our trust in this guy.
That was a bad idea.
Also, you can't have Outriders in the background if we're not playing Outriders.
I kept forgetting.
God damn it, Ryan.
We did stop playing that pretty quick.
But do we want to talk about who that maybe possibly was now, or
we can
until we get there?
I mean, go for it.
The way that I understood one of those later cutscenes in chapter 7 was that it was Sam's wife.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
Okay. See, so we're all smart and Ryan is not.
That makes more sense.
You could just see
I thought it was a family photo.
It is his family, his wife.
To be fair, I don't remember picking up on that the first time I played the game.
Oh.
Yeah, and we can't get into that. Like, we might as well not even talk about the rest of that this episode.
Yeah.
Right. So is his wife in the picture? There we go.
Well, yeah, they talked about it in the cutscene with Deadman that we'll get to.
Oh, now you said Deadman. What the hell? I'm waiting for this to turn into like some weird Mega Man game because I'm waiting for like Guts Man and Cut Man to come in. Like, you got Die Hard Man, Dead Man. Heartman.
Now that we're talking about the names, did any of you? I mean, this is a whole can of worms. But did any of you pick up on the names of the people who you deal with at all the different like distribution centers and cities and stuff? No.
No.
I only remember.
I've been taking notes on these. They are absolutely ridiculous. Anyone want to take a guess at what the guy who runs the wind farm, what his name is?
Oh God.
Any guesses?
I'm looking.
That's not a guess.
Okay, I'll just tell you. His name is Jake Wind.
Yeah.
The guy who runs the weather station is named Alex Weatherstone.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guy who runs the distribution center south of Lake Knot City is named Thomas Sutherland.
The guy who runs Lake Knot City is called William Lake. We've got an Aaron Hill for Mountain Knot City, a Philip North for the distribution center north of Mountain Knot City. It's a whole.
They really
mess.
didn't want to try very hard. Is that what is this like?
Well, and
it's
okay,
close.
Capital Knot City is like the furthest east city, and what's that guy's name? Nick Easton.
Awesome.
It's like, I want. It feels like they just didn't try with the names.
No, it feels exactly like something Kojima
Also-
wants.
In one respect, it feels like they wanted it to be like something where like second names have become obsolete now, and everyone just takes on the name of their job or something like that. But then later on, it's revealed that Bridget Strand had that name before the Death Stranding, also. So maybe
Right.
it is just Kojima being like lazy or not lazy, just wanting to have a thing. You know?
Maybe. It's definitely, the names feel very Kojima to me. Like, I was never into Metal Gear just because the fact I missed the boat. The only one I played was 5 for any length of time, and I remember being extremely confused at all times playing that game, except for when I was shooting somebody. And yet,
So normal Kojima stuff is basically what I came to assume this game was too, minus there was no shooting yet.
Yeah, at this point, most definitely. Right, picture on the ground. So in that moment, as Sam's reaching down to pick up the picture,
Took a big
Just go
bridge
a
off
long
that
way.
way.
well, we built an 80-meter bridge, Tom. What are you going to do? The music drops. Sam's arm begins to rash up, and more of those tar handprints start to appear right in front of Sam on the ground, right where the picture is. Even stepping on the picture. The picture doesn't deform in any way, shape, but like the handprint appears beneath it and gets filled with tar without deforming the picture.
Speaking about these handprints, has anyone watched Princess Mononoke? No, the anime. Damn it! All right.
Sorry, Tom.
Well, there's like a forest god, and as it steps, it kind of does this same thing, with except it's not handprints, it's footprints. But since you guys didn't watch it,
Maybe Kojima watched that.
I mean,
Maybe.
it's a Studio Ghibli movie, so
Probably.
So he's probably
very possible.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
Does Kojima like movies?
I don't know.
It's kind of like some, right?
That's a joke.
No, I don't.
I feel like
yeah,
he's
I
a
feel like
guy that
relation
likes green
on whether
olives.
He's just
stuffed
gonna
with
make
bananas.
a movie.
This is a movie.
Uh,
Now Ryan's
Say it.
lost.
Yeah, I am. there's a lot to talk about. One of the things I noticed here for the first time, it happens every time there's heavy timefall, and I'm actually curious if you guys think this is the BTs causing it, or is it the heavy timefall versus just light timefall? Is the plants growing and withering within seconds?
That's the whole purpose of the timefall form.
Okay.
Is they are utilizing the timefall to grow wheat quickly.
Right.
So
Which is very
yeah,
smart.
it's the timefall, not the
It's just
BTs, because
timefall.
not all timefall contains BTs, right?
Right. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, there can be timefall without BTs, but there can be no
Thank
BTs
God.
without timefall. The monster, we assume we know it's a BT. The BT moves past Sam. who attempts to go for the photo again when a hand grabs him on the arm. The camera pans up to Fragile again, and she shushes him and points to another one crawling on the wall behind him. They wait for that one to clear. That's the one that like slowly walks them back into a wall when the deer comes running by and chases the BT off of them.
And then Norman Reedus says, "Hey, do you like low roar?"
Or he would if a third BT handprint didn't appear on the wall right next to his head. And then that one follows in the same direction where the deer went. And as they leave, the rain stops. And we get a scene of Sam and Fragile's faces crying. And then we get the prologue card. About 20 or 30 minutes into the game, we get the prologue card. We come back, and Sam and Fragile begin chatting. Well, Sam rips his arm away. He doesn't like being touched. He's not a fan. They start chatting. There's a lot of terms that are thrown around here. Dooms, chiral allergy.
Okay, so I have a list of proper nouns here. Should I just throw it out right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So many proper nouns is my heading. Dooms, which is all caps, by the way, so probably stands for something. Chiralium, cryptobiotes, bridge baby, chiralgram, chiral transmission, Cupid, knots, also all caps, still mother, chiral network. At some point, I stopped taking notes on them.
There's a lot, yeah. We also get our first glimpse of a cryptobiote in this scene. They just look like the tardigrades, little impossible to kill, like cellular-sized bears, but they're bigger, like the size of your thumb, roughly.
I like that. I didn't think to liken them to bears.
Yeah, they're just like an enlarged tardigrade, and the tardigrades are like tiny little bears. Sure. And apparently they're snacks because Fragile pops in her mouth and bites down with the phrase, "A cryptobio today keeps the time fall away."
See, when I saw those things, I just recently watched Ant-Man and Wasp again, and I'm like, all that looks like is what's in the quantum realm that are floating around.
Yeah. But didn't they use that clip of Fragile eating one of those at E3 one year or something like that? And everyone was like, "Hey, what the hell's happening?" Because they just used it out of context.
Probably. I mean, it seems like something Kojima would do. Because I think all of the trailers that I had seen about this made no sense. I'm like, what the fuck is this game?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Even hours in, every now and again, they just throw something at you. Like, what?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, so she offers Sam a job with her. And she mentions that her and her company don't have much time left. She removes a glove and shows an extremely wrinkled hand and tells Sam that she got hit by timefall from her neck to her toe. Sam says he doesn't need a job. He's just here to make deliveries. I have written down here, Fragile leaves Sam with a final wisdom. I don't even remember what she said, though. She had like some final word for him.
Oh, I think she said, isn't doing deliveries a job?
Maybe.
No, because you said you want a job, and then he said, I just do deliveries. That is a job.
No, I think she said, "Hey, do you like low roar?"
Because you're about to hear some.
So I like the way they use the music. There is no actual like music player outside of your room, is there? Like it's literally just whenever it comes in or somebody has it on like one of their utilities, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I kind of like the way that they use it, but it's so like sporadic.
Yeah, but it invites every time the music is placed. It's like it invites or invokes a certain emotion while you're going through that area for the first time. A lot of the time, like the biggest set piece in that for me is cresting the cliff over Port Knot City the first time, where you get that first big BT battle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the one that hits my head.
So I have what Fragile says here. It's the timefall fast forwards whatever it touches, but it can't wash everything away.
Like her love for him. Oh wait, no.
like my cool jacket is actually her next line.
It's got the
Yeah.
little spikes that go.
Yeah.
Hang on a second though, Ryan. That bit where you walk up to, is it Port Not Say, the first one?
Mhm.
Where you walk over the mountain, the bit that you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's like the only musical part of the game that's not low roar, I think.
Am I a fake low roar fan?
Does that mean you don't like low roar?
It is by Low Roar.
Oh, whew.
Is it? Oh,
Yes.
Thank God.
Thank
Crisis
goodness.
averted.
No, there
No.
is another one that I put is the the Science for a Feeling or whatever it is. That's the only
I
song
know
I
the
put
one
on
you're-
a structure.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Since we're talking about low roar so much right now, Rob has written in and asks, "What's your favorite song so far?"
Don't be so serious.
It's the one that's stuck in my head all the time, honestly.
Yeah.
That is Asylums for the Feeling by Silent Poets. That one's mine.
That's your favorite low roar song.
Oh, my favorite Low Roar song? I
favorite
thought it
low
was
roar
just
song
your
is-
favorite song so far.
Your favorite low roar song is the one song in this game that's not by low roar.
Hey man, there's a banging ass Churches song at the end of this game.
Isn't there a Major Lazer song in here too somewhere?
Yeah, there's lots of non-low roar music in here, James. Come on. But yeah, don't be so serious is like the one that sticks in my head for sure.
I'm just gonna assume that one is the one that gets stuck in my head, but I don't know the names of them.
The lyrics go, "Don't be so serious."
I also probably don't pay attention to what is being said so much as just the tonal. Also, speaking of
fine.
music, did you listen to other music? Because when I was playing the normal game, not screwing around, like as I was doing like story stuff, I just listened to whatever was in the game. But then when I was just after I had already hit the point and just running around, I was listening to more like, I think I put it up in our channel, like Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies went really well with the theme of this going around.
So my first time through, I listened to a lot of podcasts. This time through, I should say I'm playing on PC. Both Ryan and I are playing on PC. I'm playing with mouse and keyboard. So I have not so much had music on as I have been watching streams while I do side deliveries and stuff. But there was one time when Ryan and I were hanging out in a voice call, playing the game together, and what did I put on some Mogwai? That went really well for me at least.
And then you just
I,
serenaded Ryan.
Well, there's no singing in Mogwai, so
But you can just make the noises.
I do that though.
Well, there you go.
I didn't have a chance to do many of the side deliveries because I feel that I left playing the game until the last possible minute. So I almost didn't make the cutoff, but I did. But there was one time I was gonna try and listen to some exterior music, but on PS4 they block Spotify while you're playing the game, so no music for me.
That's so silly. I was a mix of streams, music, and podcasts. Honestly, whatever fit my other screen next to the screen I was playing on.
Okay.
And Tom, where are you playing?
PS5. So I'm actually
PS5.
curious, how are load times on PS4?
Not terrible.
Okay, because
Because there's
PS5,
not-
it's like
They-
20 seconds or so.
Yeah, there's not.
Yeah,
all
from my
load
memory,
of
not
them.
good.
I mean, there's only like one load screen every chapter,
Yeah.
pretty much. So it's not a big issue, but yeah, they take like 30 seconds, I'd say. If I had to
That's not
guess.
bad. Because that's a lot to load in, so I was just curious.
Yeah, this game is a little bit one of the examples of, yeah, you see that mountain off in the distance? You're gonna have to deliver things over that. Not you can go there. You're gonna have to, buddy.
And then get
We're
lost in the
32
blizzard.
minutes in, and we haven't touched the controller yet.
No, not really.
Just like a Kojima game.
Yep.
Say we're on par. So yes, Fragile leaves Sam with that final wisdom at the cave, and then just flips off. She can teleport. We find later that's part of her. She's a higher Dooms level than Sam is, so she can like freely travel to her own beach and can use that to teleport.
So when you get to the end, is there a boss fight where the Doom guy comes in and the Doom music kicks in and he just starts blowing shit up with a shotgun? Because I'm ready for that. I've seen way too many memes when the Doom music kicks in.
Played Doom on BB's pod.
Oh, okay. I believe it. If a pregnancy test can run Doom, BB's pod should definitely be able to run Doom.
Mm-hmm.
And it is at this point we are really given full control of Sam. We tasked with grabbing some cargo in the area and getting to Central Knot City. As this is exactly when we hear "Don't be so serious," right?
Yes.
Yeah, which may be one of the reasons that one sticks out so much is because it has that very clear lyrical line, but it's also like one of the first ones in the game that is playing while you're playing.
Yeah, I think it's because it's the best song. Because after finishing the game the first time, I went and, as I'm sure we all will or have, I went back and listened to some Low Roar albums. Because as you know, this game converts everyone into a Low Roar fan. That's just a matter of fact. And yeah, that was still my favorite one out of the songs that I listened to.
There you go.
All right.
We grab the cargo in the area, get to Central Knot, and a chirogram greets us to accept the cargo. I believe we don't know this now when we're making the delivery, but that's Mama, right? Accepting it, I think so.
Yeah.
And as soon as we finish that job, we're immediately hit with an emergency job. We meet Igor of the corpse disposal team and get a full spiel about a body that is going necro. They don't know exactly how long, but at least 40 hours. Sam seems extremely perturbed that a body has been dead for that long. Wonder why. And we get ready to bring this body to the incinerator. Sam and Igor hop in the back, and the driver in the truck starts going.
Yeah, my note here is at least Kojima put the Jeep ride at the beginning of the game this time. But I really like this scene a lot. Like I thought Igor, whatever, his performance was like really excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a lot of time like zoomed in on his face during the ride, and my other note here we'll talk about a little later.
During this ride, Igor goes on talking to Sam about old America before the Death Stranding, which we got a title, everybody. Woo! Before a title card. How it poked us full of holes, how the worlds of the living and the dead are all mixed together. At that moment, the body begins oozing anti-gravity tar. That's the only way I had to describe it is black is just floating up from its chest. We got to go quicker, Igor says through the BTs. We're in BT territory when the truck stalls out, which, of course, we all think that's when the attack's going to happen. It doesn't. We get rolling again. Moments later, though, the driver of the truck is attacked by a BT. Truck goes flying. Sam goes flying. Igor goes flying. Body goes flying. We come to not too much later. Sam's got an injured ankle, foot, right foot, I think. The body is next to him on the ground, looking very bad. It's covered in black, and it's got gold markings across its chest now as well. And the driver, about 20 feet away, is crushed underneath the truck. Igor trying to help him with timefall all around. The guy's not in good shape. And then the BTs come in. Hold our breath as the BTs pass. All the normal BT things. We all know how to act around a BT. No breathing.
Now.
But it's too late for the body as it begins convulsing and disappears into a tar lake around it. Things get extremely wild here. BT goes after Sam, we see like the footprints come up, but it touches his blood in this cutscene, which I definitely didn't notice the first time I played this game, but I did notice this time around as it like shrieks and goes around Sam, straight for Igor and driver friend. BT grabs the driver. Igor pulls out a pistol and kills him. Igor starts to go a little crazy, shooting the pistol wildly into the air at nothing. Just as he is turning the pistol on himself, he gets yanked in the air. Pistol falls to the tar lake. He can't quite reach it. He pulls out a knife and begins stabbing himself in the stomach repeatedly. Sam grabs the BB, puts it on, and plugs himself in. And there's an enormous, like 150 foot tall.
This I love. There's nothing scarier than like a huge thing, you know,
That you
That's
don't
not- it's
see.
that you don't know
without
is
a
there,
doubt.
yeah.
Eldritch vibes.
Yeah, very Lovecraftian.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tentacles.
Yeah, no, they did such a good job, like kind of like making you feel for Igor. He's just got to do his job, and then like the moment he gets turned upside down, like
Mhm.
the absolute terror you feel coming off of him
Yeah.
is just it really sets the tone for every encounter with BTs for the rest of the game. I feel like Igor's reaction to it, because you as the person in the driver's seat, you know, don't necessarily know how you're supposed to react to these things, and this performance here really sets the spark for that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of us engaging with BTs and that, Chris, fellow Splunker, writes in, how do you guys feel about BTs? They're essential to incentivizing building roads and zip lines, but every time I actually had to deal with them, they were more annoying than challenging.
I think they're definitely more annoying on the second playthrough, when you just kind of want to get your deliveries done and progress the story. But yeah, I don't know. They become less annoying later on once you unlock the ability to cut them.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, before that, I can see them being sort of. I didn't find it that annoying, but I can see why you'd be frustrated.
So both in my first playthrough and like until I had my pathways established in this one, I would either kill the big one, either way, I would get dragged. If I needed chiralium, I'd kill the big one. If not, I'd just run my way out of the area, and they'd dissipate for a while along with the timefall if you do either of those things.
You can also wait them out. I ran out of ammo fighting one time, and eventually you don't even have to run away. They just disappear eventually after enough time goes by.
I peed on one of them.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. But yes, they are absolutely more annoying than they are difficult. I think that's the perfect way to put it. But they serve a good function in the game. I'm just glad there are ways to mitigate you having to deal with them that we'll get into.
Yeah, I mean, I think I told Ryan that I think this would be a perfectly great game without them in it. Like, even if it was just the mules that you were fighting, and not having to worry about the BT.
The mule chases are the most exhilarating thing.
Yeah.
Because it's, the BTs, you're sneaking around them. But if you get caught, you have to fight them. Whereas the mules, you're sneaking around them, but if you get caught, you have to run away from them. And in this game, that's almost more exciting than having to fight things.
I've never once snuck around a mule camp. Never once.
It is possible, but you need to be very careful.
I mean, I have no desire. It's fun to just knock them out, and plus you get likes if you knock them all out because porters can traverse the area for a while. So.
So my strategy with BTs and the mules has been identical. It is to set my cargo somewhere safe and then run in heads first, guns blazing. I have intentionally fought every possible fight throughout this game. And I did not do that my first playthrough. My first playthrough, I definitely went more sneaky around the BTs. I'm having a lot more fun this time around. I would still say they're more annoying than challenging. I don't think any of the combat in this game is significantly challenging. If you are a gamer, the combat is not challenging, I would say. If you're new to games, it might be, but I think if you've played any other modern game that has third-person shooting combat, it's pretty straightforward.
Dude, with mouse and keyboard, headshots with the bolo gun, just one after another.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
no problem.
It's interesting because you kind of get the sense that they want you to treat the guns as just like another tool in your belt. Like, this game is not a shooter. The gun is just another thing that you can use to get where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of how I approached the game the first time I played it, and that's how I'm approaching it this time as well, where I'm only using combat as a last resort if I have no other option.
Right. And to be fair, I'm not. I am a bola gun and non-lethal man, so I'm not killing any of these mules. I have never killed a single soul in either of my playthroughs. I don't plan on killing anybody.
I may have ran some over, but I didn't kill them per se.
I kind of want to kill just one of them to see what happens.
It really screws up that area. Like, makes traversal
It's like permanent.
kind of a pain permanently.
Ooh.
Makes traversal kind of a pain in the ass.
Oh, then I probably didn't
same
kill
thing
them.
if you actually die.
Right, because it creates that handprint crater.
Yeah.
Because of the
Well,
blade.
I'll talk about one time that I died when we get there.
When we get there. Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah,
it's too satisfying. I'm sorry that you can just beat the living crap out of these guys with your hands. At least right away in the beginning, they're not
See,
blocking as much, so you can just punch the living piss out of them.
I have only thrown one punch, and it wasn't even a punch. It was to throw a bomb into the tar lake. I before I got the bolo gun, I used the strand. Do you guys use the strand?
I used it a
once.
few times, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, the parry timing, the parry window is gigantic. Like, and it tells you when you can parry, and then you can just tie them up and knock them out immediately.
I need to use the strand more.
It's really good.
That's
know
too
what
much
I-
fun with the bola gun right around their face, though.
Oh
I can't-
yeah, no. That as soon as you get that, it's over.
Have any of you hit any of the enemies with a package?
I have
Chris-
knocked out like a mule with my fists, grabbed their package before it hits the ground, and thrown it at their running
Yeah.
to me teammates.
It's so fun because you can. That's why I never hit anyone. If I'm in combat with mules, I just grab a package either off my back or off a mule that I've already beaten up, and just start swinging it around. It's so fun.
Just whip it at their face.
It's got one of the extra large canisters. You're like, "Ugh."
It's really effective as well. I mean, those things pack a punch.
Yeah.
I think every single case I've thrown has just been a small one that a mule had on it, and it knocked him out in one hit.
Yeah.
So they are pretty dang effective.
I will say, once I was shooting them with the bola gun before I realized you could kick them, I'm like, man, these guys are getting up quick. Because I wasn't running over to them, knocking them out by kicking them. Like, damn it.
We all learn. It takes time. Yeah, so as Igor's hanging from the ground being lifted up, and he then gets eaten by this giant monster and explodes. Sam wakes up naked on a beach with a baby on the ground in front of him. He doesn't have these things at this point in the game, but he is currently wearing the Cupid and the handcuffs
Weird.
in
Interesting.
this cutscene. Yeah, which I thought was interesting. I definitely didn't notice that my first time around, but this time around I was like, why does he have the fucking cufflinks in the...
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that this time even. I wonder why.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're just thinking about other notes.
Maybe.
He picks up the baby, starts to cradle it. It turns into tar in his hands, and then little baby BT handprints walk down his leg. The camera pulls back to show just a bunch of dead sea animals and 5 floating BTs in the sky, and we finally have a title card, people. It says Death Stranding.
Woo!
We've made it.
So I don't know if this is described in mail as well, or we just haven't gotten to it yet. But why doesn't he have a belly button? And if you can't answer it, it's fine. Like
Does he not have a belly button?
I have it written down. No belly
We'll
button.
get there. We'll
Okay.
get there. Well, not this episode, but
All right.
we'll get there. I mean,
But I have
don't
it
know
written
about
down.
y'all,
I was
but
like,
I have Death Stranding pulled up immediately, ready to start playing past the stopping point as soon as we're done with this podcast.
We got Travis hooked. A woman who we come to learn is Amelie starts singing London Bridge after the title card.
The last two notes of My Fair Lady, the way she sings them, like those last two notes, she does them minor, and I think they give that scene a really creepy tone that really sticks with you.
Yeah, and she's definitely singing it at a slower pace.
yeah, I was like, why is she singing the song wrong?
Yeah, to creep you the F out.
Does
And
Kojima
it's-
not know how the song goes?
I have only one note for this scene, and it is that's some nice looking sand. And that it really is some nice looking sand.
Yeah, I honestly, a lot of the topography is extremely good looking in this game. To talk about another game that is all about moving cargo that I love, SnowRunner. Tom, you've played SnowRunner, and
That's true.
boy, the textures in Death Stranding are a lot better.
Especially from playing the one what am I playing, a PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's the PS4 version, and that one, the textures like rocks are just like jelly. They never show up. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, it looks good on PC, but yeah, Death Stranding has some very, very high-res textures for the environment, which, considering the environment is almost your main enemy in the game, is a good thing that it looks that good, because you're going to spend a lot of time.
It's not just that every piece of that has a texture, it's that every piece of that is actually physically like modeled in the game because it has effects on how your feet fall.
Mhm. I think it has more than just effects on how your feet fall. I think your shoes wear down at different rates depending on what you're walking on.
Yeah.
Like, because my shoes last longer if I'm walking on road versus I'm walking on dirt versus walking wholly on rocks.
Yeah.
I can see the meter change. So there's a lot of math behind those pretty rocks we're all walking on.
They made this game in like 3 years,
Really?
something like that. It's
Yep,
nuts.
that's right, because Kojima went shopping for an engine before starting anything, and
yeah, this is the Horizon Zero Dawn engine, right?
Yeah, Decima.
the Decima engine, yeah.
Great engine,
And-
I think.
Yeah, not as good as the Fox engine. Don't get me started.
Konami. So Amelie is walking towards the water. Sam follows her, and he just falls in at a certain point, and the game tells us what a repatriate is, and that Sam is one. So basically, it means Sam can follow strands through the afterlife back to his mortal coil. So he has. I really like when games tie respawning into the game. You know, as a fact of like, oh, if you die, it's not just a new save, right? Like it's there is a function in the in-universe that allows for respawning.
I seem to remember, I don't know if it was Kojima or someone else who's working on the game, but I seem to remember somebody saying before the game came out that there is no fail state. And I was thinking, oh wow, that is actually true. Until I destroyed a package and then got a fail state. So there's no fail state for dying, but if you destroy a package, game over.
I know you can also fail state with the one time Travis threw a punch and you have to throw something into that tar lake that we'll talk about later. If you just deliver that item, you can fail state.
I think I did that several times because I didn't read what I was supposed to do. And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Well, the game tells you to deliver it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I did that. There's so much to talk about. With
It
this.
also literally says small We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
God, you people.
Maybe they wanted to use it for something. I don't know.
It was literally Higgs who gave you. Anyway, we'll get there.
So we come back. Sam wakes up and vomits some tar, and is standing on the edge of an enormous handprint crater, which is what we learn anytime. So is it anytime a body dies and or anytime a BT kills someone, there's an immediate void out? Unless you are incinerating the body has to go necro first, I guess, right?
And I've never killed a person, so I'm not sure what happens in that case.
Also me, so yeah, I'm not 100% on that.
I don't know.
But basically, there's some connection between dead bodies and void outs, and the void out is this huge explosion. It's explained later as some kind of antimatter explosion, that BTs are an antimatter to our positive matter in the living realm versus the dead realm, and that when they collide, there's an explosion.
And doesn't Sam actually say one more time here?
Mm-hmm.
Once there was an explosion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he goes through the explosion spiel one more time, except this time he finishes his thought from before and ends with that there will be an explosion that will be our last.
And then he was in the bathroom with his hands around his waist, doing very weird back and forth motion. Or did that not happen in anybody else's game?
No, I don't remember that, Tom. What were you playing?
I'm sorry, that was Death Sticking. I'm sorry, that's a spoof film.
Do you want to buy some death sticks?
And we get episode 1, Bridget.
Cruising along.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but I realized her name is Bridge It. Bridge It.
Yeah, it's Bridge T. It's not the standard spelling of Bridget.
Mm-hmm.
It's like bridge. Yeah, that's a bridge thing, right?
Yes.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Yes, it's intentional.
It has to be. I was talking with Travis. So did anyone take note of the stripes running up and down Sam's arms?
On
his
Bridges outfit.
On the Bridges outfit. It is the same shape, color, and design as the red, white, blue of the disconnected and connected areas.
Oh.
My initial theory was wrong, though, Travis. So my initial theory was, because I looked on one side and I'm like, oh, look at this. Blue is on the back and red is on the front, like Sam is leaving the connected area and heading to an unconnected area to connect it. But it flips on the other side of his body. On the other side, it's blue on the back and red on the front. So that theory's out the window. But that stripe is everywhere. It's on some of the trucks. Like they play with that little red, white, blue stripe a lot.
I just posted a screenshot for you guys. Because, like I said, I'm just.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I promise I'm not making deliveries.
Well, then you lied because you said you were earlier, or you would be.
I did lie earlier.
So we awake handcuffed to a bed, and we meet a. And we meet Dead Man for the first time. He speaks of Bridges, the company, not the gap clearer material tool, and us, specifically saying us repeatedly. And Sam's like, who's this us? As he points to the United Cities of America Bridges sign on the wall behind him. So he's like, oh, us. And he introduces us to our cufflinks. We find out we've been asleep in this private room for 2 days, and that we're now at Capital Knot City, and Central Knot is no more.
Yeah. So the cufflinks, they're handcuffs that keep you linked to everyone. See, Kojima is not subtle. I don't know if you guys realize this.
I mean,
he's not subtle about the fact that he's not subtle.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of obvious symbology with these cufflinks. Okay,
but just wait until you guys hear why Die Hardman is named Die Hardman. You'll never believe it.
Oh, God. You really like the Die Hard movies?
Yeah. I mean...
His favorite old America cinema.
He's waiting for Dr. Wily to come out to give him his instructions, right? Give him a break. It'll happen.
Only if I can get an arm blaster, like an arm buster.
I mean, if you can zip across on as a zip line with those handcuffs, you got to be able to flip it around and turn that thing into a blaster somehow.
I'm sure they can figure it out. Deadman tells us that he has a job for us to deliver morphine to the president, America's last president. Sam keeps asking why and really presses him on it. Deadman says that the president wants to see him in person. So we grab the morphine and head out. We have a 3-minute walk across town.
Yeah, I actually have a couple notes on this 3-minute walk. First of all, the incoming call sound, the is so good. I love that sound. Makes me happy every time I hear it. And also the like polygonal face maps of the characters, like when you talk to them on your cufflinks. I think they're beautiful. I think they're like the next extension of the codec system in Metal Gear Solid, you know.
You know, you can actually download those ringtones.
Yeah. My phone's been on silent for 10 years. So.
But you could.
I've downloaded ringtones in those 10 years, but I've never taken my phone off vibrate. And I really like seeing, you know, there's so many of these like the distribution center looking buildings and stuff. I really like this section. You're walking through what's clearly a like modern R times like building section of town, like brick buildings and stuff like that, with like 3 air conditioners for every fucking 20 windows or something. That was why are there so few air conditioners? That was a note that I made. But yeah, just like I feel like it's one of the only like really, other than maybe the old style highway up towards South Knot. But other than that, this is like one of the most like our USA feeling areas of the game so far, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even really put 2 and 2 together, but as you bring that up, like, yeah, everything else seems much more their time, while this Capital Knot here still feels like our time a little bit. Where was I? Yes, we meet Deadman at the new location where the president is. He thanks us for the morphine, tells us that she, the last president, will be more comfortable, that her condition has deteriorated. In the 3-minute walk over,
all the medical personnel, I'd like to point out, are wearing red leather outfits. Like, did you guys notice that? Think that was weird at all? Like, they all look like they're wearing Britney Spears' outfit from the hit, like, "Oops, I Did It Again" video.
Well,
like, really?
It probably doesn't explain it until after this, but it does when you're in that room. Like it has the military outfit, the delivery one, and the medical one. And I was actually going to bring this up. Can you actually change those at that point? But
no.
Okay. Because well, I should have picked the red one.
I think
what
that's like
hell?
a post-game thing, honestly.
Okay, because it does show it to you right in the beginning, and I was like, oh man,
yeah.
Should I have changed that?
But the shiny like leatheriness of those uniforms was just like so weird.
Straight out of the Toxic video.
Like you don't want to be you don't want to be thinking about blood when you're being like, when you look at your nurse's outfit. I'm like, wow, that's a really blood-colored shirt.
No, it's the Deadpool theory, so that you can't tell how much is on them. See, this guy, he's wearing the brown pants. He's got the right idea.
Oh, man.
I guess my brain didn't go to that they were leather. I guess I was thinking they were some kind of like plastic. That's why they were so shiny. But they are extremely shiny and not the best color for medical garb.
It's the future.
Yeah, so that the morphine will make her more comfortable, and that will remember her. She raised us.
Yeah, I assume I'm not the only person who took note of this. That Sam doesn't remember his own mother.
It's weird.
Okay, I have a small theory. I have a small theory on that.
Okay.
All of the dreams we have.
Keep my face behind my mic.
That's fair. All the scenes we have of young Sam on the beach with Amelie, I think are memories of when Sam died when he was a kid and would meet Amelie on the beach, because her body's been there for a long ass time, right? That's our understanding. I don't think Bridget is Sam's birth mother. I think Bridget is Sam's adopted mother.
Okay, so I can give you my feelings on your theory. My note reads, I've finished this game before, and I still don't understand the Amelie and Sam on the beach stuff. So
But also,
I can't give anything away.
if sorry,
Oh,
did you
that-
still have a point?
No, I was going to say I can't give anything away. And James, you shouldn't give anything away if you do understand what happened.
Oh, I was just gonna say if she's his, because I don't remember most of what happens in the second half of the game anyway. But if she is his adoptive mother, he would still remember her, right?
That's true.
Like it feels like this. It feels like they've just done this. They've tried to word their way around this sort of tutorialization in such a weird way. Like, oh yeah, we need to tell the player who this is, but we're gonna do it in this weird, bizarro way where Sam doesn't know. And yeah,
Maybe it's not that Sam doesn't know who his mother is. Maybe it's that he doesn't know that his mother became the president, or that she is still alive. If he was maybe under the assumption she was in sick condition.
Now I'm just racking my brain trying to remember, which is worse.
But regardless, we change clothes so that we are a little more presentable and go to meet our mom. We meet Di Hardman, who Sam knows. We peer around him and see Bridget on a medical bed in terrible condition.
Die Hardman wears a mask, like a black carbon fiber kind of skull-looking mask, and you never see his face.
So
Yes,
why wouldn't
As
you
a
trust
matter
him?
Of course.
John McClane.
and then he walks up to Sam and says, "It's your mother, Bridget," which is just another one of them weird things.
It would be better if he said, "It's your mother, Bridget, the president of jack shit." Like that.
I was just hoping for a yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, but all right.
Again, tense moments here. A lot of information between Sam and Bridget. Amelie needs our help on the West Coast. She led an expedition called Bridges 1 across America to begin the formation of the chiral network and not cities beginning to try and restart civilization after the Death Stranding. Their belief being that without being connected, without humanity working together, there's no future at all, and we'll just die off as a race. So Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah. So so obviously we're in the room with Bridget, right? And she's got all these cables connected to her. And I assume that's like supposed to be a metaphor of some kind. Because there's
They're
a lot
strands.
of these. Yeah. Do you think it's just that black and white? Is that simple? They're just strands?
I mean, they look extremely similar to the
Yeah.
strands you see coming down in BT areas and the BT umbilical cord.
And also her second name is Strand.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys realize this, but Kojima is not subtle.
Beating us over the head with a bat. And to the point when she jumps out of the bed and tackles Sam as like a last-ditch plea. All those cables are filled with the same tar that is like it's used in everything apparently in the future.
The forbidden snack.
Soylent Green.
It looks like it's got good texture. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So Bridget jumps on Sam, makes a final plea to him to help the Bridges cause, to help Amelie. She tells him that she loves him and that she'll see him on the beach, and she flatlines. Sam goes into a fugue state as doctors and nurses flood the room, but it's just too late. Die Hardman says, we have to keep the death unknown without President Strand keeping the appearance of Bridges up. The UCA is just done for. which that says exactly how much confidence he has in the UCA. Yes, Travis?
I really like, after she passes and everyone kind of floods out of the room, she's been in a room that looks like the Oval Office, basically this whole time. Like this room looks like the Oval Office, and then all these holograms fade away, and literally the only thing that was actually in the room were the people in the hospital bed and the wires coming down from the ceiling.
Yep, it was all hologram.
I love the look of all the tech, like from the trucks. The distribution centers I think look really cool. Like the sight of them from way off in the distance, like even your bullet gun, like all the tech looks great.
Yeah, everything.
Your Ordre deck is probably the coolest thing.
I like how many different expressive things the Odra deck can do with just having 5 little flaps. It waves at BTs when you leave an area. It'll tap you on the shoulder, give you a thumbs up. It turns into a spinning wheel for BB when he's upset, and you're helping him out, calming him down. They do a lot with a little with the Odra deck.
Yeah, speaking of the calming him down, I did it the one time it tells you how to do it, and then I completely forgot, never looked it up again, and I'm like, man, what the hell is that? And I just keep running anyway, till he goes into fucking cardiac arrest or whatever, and then you can't use him anymore.
Autotoxemia. Yeah.
That's the one.
It's in compass mode.
Yeah, so hold your left bumper.
No, I don't need to know. I don't.
Click your front mouse thumb button.
Where's the thumb button for a mouse on a PS5 controller?
But we still need to get rid of the body. In fact, what is the exact line?
Take the first step, Sam, and deliver the president's body to the incinerator. That is literally the line that Die Hard Man delivers to you.
I'm sorry. I just figured it out. I just figured out the metaphor with Bridget and the cables. Okay, hear me out. So, the cables, when she dies, the cables become disconnected, and that's a metaphor for her dying being the undoing of America. When she dies, the country becomes disconnected, and so do the cables.
See, but according to Sam, it was already, jack shit.
So here's I think it's America is barely holding on because of these connections, right? Like if the idea is Bridget is a stand-in for America in this case, it's sickly, it's worn down, it's barely hanging on by a thread. It breaks those threads and it passes.
Yeah, that's deep, man.
It could be.
That is deep.
And
I wouldn't be surprised.
They just need to see his ass when he's taking a shower, and they'll come together and just.
So Sam gets the lucky mom deliver your mom's dead body to the incinerator ticket. Since the corpse disposal team, I guess they only had one, which seems like a bad idea in this world. Only have one corpse disposal team.
Yeah, if one can just destroy an entire city. Just like,
I think it's per city, right?
But we're in a new city, right? We were in Central Knot that got destroyed by the void out we were in. Now we're in Capital Knot.
Yeah, you're right.
So
they gotta get their shit together.
Yeah, come on, Capital Knot.
Get Conan O'Brien over here instead of playing with the cosplay chick.
So we get our mother to the incinerator. How do you guys feel about moving bodies? We do it a handful of times throughout this section. I think it's a little annoying.
They're heavy.
You can't have anything else. Yeah, it kind of sucks.
I've been ready for it every time, so like had my cargo right for it. So
yeah,
I mean, we'll
this
talk
one,
about 2 more.
Yeah, the later one, when
3
you're
more,
moving some person to another area, I had already had a bunch of jobs. It's like, oh, you gotta take me now, and it just dumps everything on the ground. I'm like, what the fuck? God damn it! So I actually
private locker.
I threw her on the ground, did my deliveries, and came back and got her. She was fine. There was just a red exclamation point.
Was it the chiral artist?
No.
Oh, you! Oh my god! I will shame you when we get there.
Oh boy. So as we put our mom into the incinerator, Dead Man calls us and tells us to put the other package in as well, which was BB, since it was a faulty unit according to Igor's logs. At that moment, rain starts coming in hard, and one of those fancy upside down rainbow appears again.
Yeah, I think
Smiley
Tom
face.
can back me up here. Kid stuff. It is wild how differently it plays once you actually have kids.
It is weird. It's also weird that I can't turn it off from coming through my goddamn controller, especially when I'm playing headphones and my wife's
be
sitting
able
on the bed right
you
behind
should
me.
be able to turn
Oh,
it
I
off.
couldn't figure it out. And I'm just sitting here playing. I got headphones on, and my wife keeps looking at me because fucking Lou's just singing through the goddamn controller. I'm like, or when he starts crying, I'm like, I can't make it stop. Like, get
Yeah.
used
Well,
to
we're
it.
sitting here trying to tell you how to do it, and you're like, I don't want to know. So,
Nope.
you know, hopefully she doesn't listen to this podcast.
She doesn't.
Yeah, it is in the settings, as I saw it there after you mentioned that problem to me.
Okay. I don't care that much then. I guess I'll live with it.
I think this is where I made the note that the OST kind of carries a lot of the cutscenes that have like really wooden dialogue. The Ludwig Göransson score like is really good. I like all that stuff kind of more than the low roar stuff personally. I think a lot of the cutscenes really would kind of fall flat if the emotion of the score wasn't there.
See, and since we're talking about music, and I know he's going to be listening to this when it comes out, Tyler has not said anything about the music being great in the last two games we've done, and we're doing this game, and he probably should be playing this game because he always loves the music. I don't think he said anything about Resident Evil, and I'm pretty sure what was the last game we did? Outriders. Didn't say anything about the music in that.
I don't remember him saying anything about either of those. The music. The music makes every cutscene. It perfectly sets the tone that each cutscene is trying to go for, and like prepares you a little bit for what's coming with that in a really good way.
No, they do very good things with the music in this game.
So as all this starts, as the BTs start and the rain starts coming down hard, Sam makes a last minute decision to use BB as the tool it was intended instead of incinerating it.
Yep.
And we get Yep.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Before that happens, when the BTs show up, now this is the point where I first noticed. This is the point where I first took issue with Norman Reedus' performance, because he says, Die Hardman's on the phone or whatever, and he's asking him what his status is, and Norman says, "My status is fucked. There's tons of them." And he's like, you'd be fucking petrified.
Yeah, and he's just very
moment.
just like monotone.
And he's just like, my status is fucked. And I can you believe he got a best performance nomination for this? Because I can't.
No,
the Game
I
Awards.
mean,
What were other good performances? When did this come out? 2019.
Dr. Casper Darling, please.
Yeah. That was another nomination. Another nomination was also Mads Mikkelsen from this game.
I think much better performance from
Much
Mads,
better.
honestly.
He won.
yeah. Oh well, that makes sense.
So that makes sense. But yeah, I can't believe Norman Reedus even got nominated for this. I have in my notes here, the man who delivers, more like the man who delivers his lines with no emotion or range whatsoever.
To be fair, I think as much as his lines are not necessarily delivered amazing, I do think he does a great job for the mocap. All the winking, the faces in the mirror, the shower scene, the bathrooms, every little.
Have you showered with Norman Reedus before?
A few times. Dead Man was there too.
Oh no! I don't know that I want to shower with Guillermo del Toro.
I think he acts very well in the game, but he doesn't act very well in the game. Which pros and cons. But yeah, a lot of his deliveries do fall a little flat.
Yeah. Conan O'Brien's a better voice actor.
Probably.
And we only got 3 lines out of him.
No, he's got a couple.
Do his own voice?
Yeah.
I didn't think he did.
I'm pretty sure I watched an interview with.
I didn't think any of those like big names.
Because you can watch on the Conan show. Norman and Conan actually talk about going to and talking with Kojima and stuff. I'm pretty sure it's his voice. Sounds like him. Somebody's really good at doing Conan's voice otherwise.
Yeah, if not.
Maybe it's not.
Yeah, so we put BT on. BT. We put BB on. And
BT on. That's what
Holy
no one
fuck.
knew that.
that would be terrifying.
End of the game.
BT to pod.
Oh, shit.
And we go to leave. This is the first time we get to directly interact with BTs around us by holding the controller. And we have no choice really but to try and sneak or run away. I have not, in any time I've had to come up to this incinerator, which is twice really. Both times I was not able to cleanly sneak out. I had to run as they tried to grab me. Did anyone here was able to cleanly sneak out of that?
Nope.
I don't remember.
Absolutely not. I ran out.
Yeah, I sneak out of there every time. I'm not trying to
Interesting.
brag or anything.
Well, no. So I think they intentionally put the BTs very close together and very close to the door here, so that you kind of have to get dragged. So that they force you into that mechanic and tutorialize it a little bit in that moment. But I was positive they didn't make it mandatory, so I'm glad someone was able to sneak around it fully.
Well, I figured they just wanted to make it really intense. But yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe a bit of both, even. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
So we make it back to Capital Knot. Some of us narrowly, some of us easily. And Deadman tells us that BBs and Dooms sufferers is usually a bad idea since it causes feedback. Now, we did get a cutscene when we hooked into the BB at the incinerator, right? Or do we only get one later?
I think you get one right away.
We do get one right there.
Something happens. I don't know if I don't think it's the Mads Mikkelsen ones, but I think something happens.
Yeah, there's like some kind of little feedback thing. So that explains that those feedback cutscenes. Whenever we jack in those little visions we get.
Yeah, every time you use an elevator.
Deadman takes BB for some maintenance. Even though, again, I thought he said it was unrepairable, but then he's like, "We'll make the necessary adjustments." It's like, what? You're just gonna kill it anyway? And
well, it's not killing it. It's a tool. It's not alive. But it's his whole thing. It's like it's not.
For now, it is. And we head back to our private room to rest. We again dream of the beach where Amelie and a young Sam are having a conversation. This is where Sam gets the dream catcher that is still on the back of his pack now. And this is not where my first thought about the theory that these are memories from when Sam died as a kid. I came up with that later. And then we get episode 2.
I do have written down in episode 1 too, the little, like right after you hook up to BB, the little air bubbles or hearts that come out.
He does that a lot after you cradle him. He'll blow hearts at you. That usually means he's giving you a few likes as well.
But it's more
But you
noticeable.
know that,
in this.
Tom.
I notice in this part. He's a tool.
You know what?
Lou the tool.
I can understand Tom being like, whatever. This is his 5th kid. He's
I mean,
it's just really lax.
I'm surprised I don't hear him screaming right now. So,
my first note from episode 2 is this game sponsored by Monster Energy. This is the first time we get to down some monster.
So speaking of that, since I have not urinated outside of the building and barely inside of the building, if you drink a bunch of those, is your piss turn green?
They don't let you look at it.
Oh, you can't look at it? Because literally, all I'm thinking is like, I know you haven't seen it because you don't watch movies, but Role Models with Paul Rudd, like they drink a ton of energy drinks and it's just a Shrek piss basically. And then I started thinking, I'm like, man, if they would have gotten Paul Rudd instead of Norman Reedus, this game would have been awesome.
If you
get it. Sorry, just real quick. You do get a cutscene when you hook up to the BB for the first time. You do.
I thought you were
you
gonna
do
say
see Mads Mikkelsen.
You do see his dick
for the
when
first
peeing
time.
green.
I thought you were gonna say you do get a cutscene when you start peeing for the first time.
Well, then I got to do it because I haven't done it yet.
No, but yeah, you do see Mads Mikkelsen for the first time when you hook up to the BB at the incinerator.
That time I thought you were going to say you do see Mads Mikkelsen's penis.
And Smithy said, I missed that. I wouldn't have made it to the stopping point. It's still in photo mode.
Yeah, I was just going to say as well, I think if you catch it at the right angle, you can see his urine when you're outside doing it, but you cannot see Norman's Reedus. They don't let you.
Can you take a picture while he's urinating?
No, they disabled the photo mode.
I
God
believe it's
damn it.
called Norman Reedus's funky penis.
The undeliverable penis.
And I wrote the Monster Energy thing here because I actually let the cutscene play out the first time I drank one, and Sam like reels back as he's chugging the thing, and his foot comes up and it's still covered in blood. So he still has an injured foot. I really like the consistency of that he injured his foot in that explosion at Central Knot, and it's still a thing here because BT's being scared by that injured bloody foot happens again a little bit later. So there.
Wait.
While we're still talking about this monster, the whole brand thing, what I don't like is when I'm pretty sure this is when you take a shit, right? The stupid ride with Norman Reedus on fucking TMC or whatever. I'm like, what the hell?
That part is really dumb. But did you get the memory chip that gets you access to the to the ride?
Right, and then you get out. He said, "Oh man, this would be really cool if we could watch this with Norman Reedus." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Okay, I love that. I don't like it on the pooping part, but when he's like, "Man, I feel so fucking cool right now. I feel like Norman Reedus on an episode of Ride."
It's like that's
that is
so bad.
so funny.
No,
that
it's
is
not.
so funny. It's hilarious.
I
It's
must have missed
hysterical.
this. What is it?
There's a bike you can get. It's a ride version of the reverse trike. So it just has the ride on it.
And it's got the same battery as the long range trike, but it still has room for cargo. And it also, I think, is invulnerable to being shocked by the mules. So it's really, really good.
Yeah, you just got to listen to him talk about the stupid thing about being on this show that he's in but isn't in.
Yeah, I've been using
the best part. Are you kidding me?
The Cyberpunk bike is the one I've been using.
I don't think I've gotten that yet.
It's faster. It's got more speed.
I feel like I'm playing a whole different game from you guys. I only know about one bike.
Well, maybe if you had started earlier.
Yeah, you get a lot of these by side missions and exploring. So if you kind of mainlined to make, you probably did miss some. Yeah, that brings up a question from Rob. Do you feel so fucking cool like Norman Reedus' ride on AMC?
I've never watched it, so no, I don't.
As I've spent I've traveled more than double the distance on the bike that I have on my feet. So I think that you could say I feel pretty fucking cool when I'm on my bike.
Yeah, I feel pretty cool on my samurai bike.
Okay, where is that? I gotta look that. I'm going to get that right now.
I think you get it somewhere up north in the mountains. One of the distro or waypoints has the side mission for it, but you've got to have done some of the Cyberpunk missions ahead of that.
Right. While we're on the private room stuff, I don't know if you guys noticed, but later on, the Monster Energy goes away and gets replaced with a drink called Timefall Porter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think. Well, it's after you do the
just the same.
I think that after you do the Timefall Farm one, because that's when they give you the beer, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you still have the monster canteen or whatever.
Yeah.
Of course.
I definitely made the comment of, yes, let me just slam 3 beers and then get behind the wheel of the truck. Yes, that is.
It doesn't matter if you hit anything.
What is there to hit though? That's
rocks.
You want to know what's really funny? I'm at the right place to pick up this mission.
He's gonna do it right now. While we're talking about it.
Yeah, so we take a shower, and then we head back up to meet Die Hardman and Amelie in the president's office, where we get some more background about the Bridges 1 operation, how Amelie went city to city, building cities, and preparing America for the chiral network. Amelie is now stuck on the West Coast, though, being held hostage by a terrorist group, the Homo Demons. Right? That's the name they went with? Okay. It's
an interesting choice of verbiage.
Mm-hmm. She's safe. She's being cared for, but they're not letting her leave. They're holding her as their ticket to say, we don't want to be part of this network. We want to remain free and unconnected and our own thing. So they're not like out to actually do harm to her. They just want to keep her from fulfilling the Bridges project, essentially. Die Hardman and Amelie try to convince Sam to join Bridges in the effort to reunite the country. Sam doesn't like the idea. He is much more of a loner. Isn't convinced that reconnecting the world with Cable will work since it failed last time. I feel like I maybe missed some notes here. So there's talking there in the president's office with Amelie and Die Hardman. Does it just end? I know Sam doesn't agree then and there to join Bridges, but my next note is just Dead Man brings us back the BB with the fine tuning and maintenance done. Is there another scene, or is it just it kind of ends and he goes back? No, okay, yeah. Die Hardman tells him to sleep on it, and he goes back to his private room. And then we get the BB after fine tuning and maintenance. We rest and dream of the beach again. Amelie is there. We have a touching moment with Amelie about who Sam is, because Sam's like, I'm Sam Porter-Bridges. She's like, no, you're Sam Strand. And
she's like, no, I'm Norman Reedus from Ride.
I'm so fucking cool. She makes. Oh, go ahead.
Just to go back to the Homo Demons thing, if you take it as Latin, like Homo sapiens, then it means something like man demons.
Yeah, and I think that's where they're going with it.
Oh, I'm
the
sure.
Latin interpretation.
It means same or identical, is what the Greek origin is.
You're smarter than me in my Google Translate.
So the same as demons.
So then why don't they just call themselves the Demons?
Because that wouldn't be as cool.
All right. Carry on.
Yeah, so she makes one last plea with Sam to come and save her on the Pacific, and we wake up. Die Hardman is there with a Cupid. What we come to find out is a Cupid right now. It just looks like a necklace. Again, like here you go, Sam. Now that you're a part of Bridges, Sam again begins to protest, but ends with he'll do whatever it takes to help Amelie. Die Hardman gives Sam a speech about reconnecting America, and I don't really think he's giving Sam the speech about reconnecting America so much as he's giving the player the speech about reconnecting America, because Sam does not give two shits about reconnecting America. He cares about helping Amelie. And we begin our arduous task and make our first step in connection. Guys, we're actually playing the game now. So we get a delivery from Central Knot, and we bring it to the way station north of Central Knot City, and we get them connected. They're very happy to finally be connected to the chiral network. We get some more packages for them and continue west to the distribution center in the area. We have to go through mules for our first time. Which how did you feel about the mules coming up to them the first time? I know we've kind of talked about how we've been dealing with them, but
I since I was really comfortable with the Strand, I just stranded him.
That's fair. Mules, all caps, by the way.
Yeah.
As a note, that is a. Go ahead, Jason.
I like them as a nice change of pace from the BTs. I don't know if I've said that before, but yeah, I prefer them to the BTs. They're definitely more interesting because there's more of a there's more wiggle room for different ways to approach them. I think because later on in the game you can use your ping system thing, your scanner, to sort of cancel out their ping, and hide from them that way, and you can stealth around them. You can stealth and take them out. You know, you can fight them, you can run away from them, and there's loads of different things you can. There's different ways you can approach those situations.
Even further along those lines, as you play the Cyberpunk side missions, you get the ability to turn off their little scanner poles in the ground for a little while, but it eats your battery.
Oh.
So you can turn it off, walk in, turn around, turn it back on, keep going, get to the edge of their property, turn it back off, walk past, turn it back on. They never even knew.
I just trip it, let them come for me, beat the crap out of them, steal their car, go and open up their vault and take all the crap, throw it in the truck, and drive away.
Yeah, that tends to be my strategy. I tried it once just to see how that little sensor pull turn off feature worked, and it's very effective. And we also have to pass by BT territory. We get to the distro center, bring them online as well. As we're approaching at the end of the BT territory, we get taught about autotoxemia and BBs. Deadman tells us to hook up BB in our room to help make him better. We get to our room, hook up BB, and we get some more explanation on how they work.
Yeah, and I like how fast they make BB and Sam's connection. Like you feel it, like right here. I mean that Sam is actually like pretty concerned for BB and if he'll have to get rid of him. At one point in the next scene, he says, that you're saying there's no way to keep my BB alive, and I thought that delivery on that line was good for me personally.
And like more generally as well, it's like the thing in Red Dead Redemption 2, where they want you to sort of form a bond with your horse through gameplay by sort of just taking care of it, brushing it, feeding it, that kind of thing. And they sort of do that in this game as well by having you soothe the BB and sort of take care of it in that way, or not in Tom's case.
Having played this game both on PlayStation and PC, I think I like soothing BB a lot more on PlayStation because you rock the controller back and forth. Using a controller on PC, I just push the thumbstick up to rock BB, and it's a lot less. It's not less intuitive, but it's less connecting.
Press F to relax BB.
Do you really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. It's the most gamer letter on a keyboard.
Let's see. Let's see. It's compass mode, 2 to check on Lou, F to soothe, and then W to actually do the motion of shaking him.
My goodness.
Makes you feel alive.
Don't shake him. If you shake him too hard, it starts to go back down again.
I know. That's the
gently
thing I most
soothe
don't
the baby.
like about it, because I can't gently soothe really.
Well, that's why I like the actually rocking the controller on PlayStation so much more than flicking the stick. Because with the stick, I just wanted to mash it up.
Yeah.
I watched the bar do this and then right back to
I have sort of rocked the controller too aggressively a couple times, though, and it's like just shaking. Like, why won't you calm down? Calm down already.
So should we talk about the actual mechanics of walking?
I mean, we probably should, since that is the most commonly interacted with mechanic. People. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's true. It's nearly half of my time, half of my distance in the game. So Sam has a weight he can carry. The weight centers differently on his back. You have that auto-arrange cargo in the menu to arrange the cargo in such a fashion that the center of the weight is closest to Sam's actual center of gravity.
Which is excellent for everything but the pizza delivery missions.
Yes, absolutely, because those have to stay flat so that the pizza doesn't get ruined. The Odra deck can scan the terrain not only to find dropped cargo from other people, but it has different gradients of ground, right? So it'll tell you if ground's like easy to walk, kind of hard to walk, impossible to walk over. You can climb. I like that I don't have to repeatedly mash A to climb like a little ragged rock cliff. I can just press and hold it and he'll climb the whole thing up. A or X or whatever it is on mouse and keyboard. I saw you looking at me weird, James. There's no A button on a PlayStation. Spacebar. That's right for jump. And so at any point, if you take a step wrong, if you slip on something unintentionally, if you turn too fast, we have a lot of cargo on your back. If you fall a little bit, Sam starts to lose his balance. And when you're playing with a controller, you have to hold both triggers in, or left or right trigger, to rebalance yourself. Sam will grab onto his pack straps and right himself. And if you're on mouse and keyboard, you hold left mouse and right mouse together, or left or right mouse, whatever is necessary. to balance yourself. If you don't, you come crashing to the ground. Your cargo takes damage. You take damage. And that's
walking, people.
Yeah.
Now we're playing games.
One foot in front of the other.
So I didn't scan as much my first time through. This time I put it on the mouse button that's directly underneath my thumb, and I scan all the time. And I've picked up so much more lost cargo this time through because of that.
Yeah, I haven't. I've maybe picked up 15 or 20 pieces of lost cargo.
Oh, I scan a lot.
Bunch.
I've stopped picking up lost cargo because I find myself I pick up one piece and then I pick up another piece, and before I know it, I've picked up way too much and I can't actually get anywhere, and then it all just gets destroyed.
I stopped picking up everything. Whereas if I know I'm going to a certain location, if it's that person, then I'm grabbing those instead of grabbing everything I see like a pack rat, which is what I did in the beginning.
The problem is, I don't know if this is just me, but the problem is all of the lost cargo that you find is for the place that you've just come from.
Yeah, constantly.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm not going back. I've just come from there.
You go like 30 feet and it's like, oh man, look at all this stuff. And you're like, shit, I gotta turn around.
So you know what I've started doing is before I'm about to take off to a place with some cargo, I check the share locker of the place that I am and pull out any lost cargo that's in there for the place that I'm going.
Yeah, that's what I need to start doing more.
And in the big like distribution centers and stuff, there is like a lot of times there will be 4 or 5 things just for the place that you're going.
Yeah, there's always multiple pages of lost cargo at those bigger centers. Because I have looked, I've done that once or twice, but I haven't done it religiously.
I don't think I've ever looked.
I just started doing it in the mountains. Boy, this Cyberpunk bike is pretty
nice. Doesn't have that extended battery, but it goes nice and quick.
Yeah, it's got a bigger jump. It's got an improved jump too.
I think it has higher defense than the standard bike too.
Yes, it's modeled off the defensive bike instead of the ranged one.
There you go. Right. So we now we get some lore about BBs and how they work. So BBs, still mothers, and faux wombs are the big talking points here. BBs are babies born to mothers whose body is still physically working but are brain dead in some fashion. They're pulled out of the mother prematurely and then put into the pod that simulates the conditions inside of a womb. This allows BBs to float the line between the world of the living and the world of the dead, which is how we use them to sense and see BTs with the Archer deck.
Very clever.
Does that feel like a good explanation, everybody?
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah.
Perfect.
Can we go back 1 second to the mules? Sorry to derail the podcast here. But
That's all that happens this podcast.
If you ever listened if you've ever listened to any of our podcasts, we're fucking all over the place.
That's why I'm just here interrupting all the time.
Hey, you're fine.
I do. I don't know if I want to know what you guys make of this, because I think this is really weird. When you first run into the mules, and Die Hardman is giving you sort of the explanation of them. He describes them as damn junkies chasing a cargo high. And like once you rationalize it as they just actually no, there's no way to rationalize. It's just weird that they're addicted to delivering
because they
things.
have no intent of delivering the cargo.
Yeah, they just want it.
Like that's what I don't understand is that they take the cargo and they put it in their locker.
Here's the thing. I think that would make less sense, because I think it makes more sense that because they're addicted to stealing stuff. If they were actually addicted to delivering stuff, that would be weird, because who's addicted to delivering things?
We are.
So I have an idea on this, actually. When we first deliver and meet, I don't remember who it is, but the very first place we connect, the way station north of Capital Knot, we're delivering smart drugs, which are the exact component in the brain in this game that is given off whenever you get a like. It's oxytocin.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's in real life. That's
exactly the way it works too, right? In real life. So what happens when you pick up lost cargo? You get a like. You get a like, right? So they hit you with a stick. Cargo drops on the ground. It is now lost cargo. They pick it up and get the like. They get oxytocin.
That's very smart. Very smart.
I also like the weird like grappling hooks they shoot at you and steal your cargo.
The sticky guns?
Yeah. I still haven't done those because I don't want to go back and do it.
If you do the Half-Life missions,
I've done a handful.
You can get the gravity gloves from Half-Life Alyx.
That's right. That's why I needed to go back and do the third one. I've done the first two, and you're like, the third one gets you the crafty gloves. I'm like, oh.
I haven't done it, but I assume that it's just using the sticky gun mechanics.
Probably. But it's probably going to replace power gloves.
The Nintendo Power Glove?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't replace power gloves. We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there at some point. Right, so
4 hours from now.
Yeah, whenever. So
we're
we
in chapter 2 already. Come on.
We get all this information on BBs and still mothers and whatnot, and we take a rest in our private room. When we wake up, Amelie is in our room via chiralgram, reminding us how necessary our task is, that cities are losing people, no one's having kids, and humanity can't survive alone. Sam says reconnecting America won't get rid of BTs, and Amelie says it'll give us hope either way. Heartman calls and tells us to take a shower, and after the shower gives us a grenade.
And this is where I wrote in my notes: throwing piss at BTs. Woo!
I've never thrown a grenade at BT other than hematics.
I have thrown one of each kind, not in this playthrough. I've only used hematics in this playthrough. If I recall correctly, the shower, pee, and poop grenades all do similar things to varying strengths. They kind of push BTs away from an area. James, Tom, have you used them? Do you know?
I throw whatever the fuck I have, but it's usually when I have to fight the giant dolphin dumb things.
I've only used the hematic grenades also.
Okay. I don't think any of the restroom grenades, we'll call them, are usable in the actual combat piece. Just the hematic grenades are. I think if you're trying to sneak through the area of BTs, you can use them. You can use those grenades to push a BT out of the path. Like if you throw one on the ground beneath a BT, they'll move away.
I think it's something about also they stay revealed even when you're moving. If you've hit them with one of them,
that could be.
Wow, we really dove deep into these grenades.
Look, man, I just wanted to fight things.
Okay,
so I was
you
using
know what? I'll just go grab some of these grenades out of my private locker and go to the BT area.
We're exploring this game so hard. We're playing as we're exploring. Heartman says something about there's old research about repatriate body fluid and BTs, but he can't access it because there's not enough of the chiral network connected. But he remembers hearing about it.
He just wants to watch you shower and pee more.
He might. We get a delivery from the distro center for the wind farm. I remember first playthrough greatly disliking this place until I learned a tip on Reddit to go to the left as you're approaching this. Just hug the left side of the forest, and you can walk on the mountainside pretty handily, not have to worry about any BTs. Anyone else have anything on the wind farm in particular?
I didn't care for it,
and I hate it.
I just remember it being very brutal. Because it gets difficult later on, the gameplay, but this is like the first. I think this is, for me anyway, this was the first delivery where I was like, okay, this is quite tough because you're sort of fighting the elements here.
Yeah, there's heavy wind. Yep. And you have, like, they intentionally give you a very tall backpack worth of cargo so that the wind is just trying to push you over the entire time.
And then there's a section with BTs, right?
Yep. Almost the entire center of the forest is BT coated. Go ahead.
That area, it is a nightmare to try and set up a zip line that actually just goes straight through the forest. I don't know if any of you have tried.
I've tried, but I haven't. Like, there's always hit one obstacle. It's awful.
Have to go around like the side and then straight down to the wind farm, basically. Like I think I spent like half an hour trying to find one freaking spot that I could put a zip line in to take me through, and it just wouldn't work. Chiral bandwidth, man, it's at a premium.
Now that I think about it, I actually don't think I've ever been caught by BTs when I was trying to stealth around them. I think the only time I've ever been caught by a BT was when I was trying to like just drive through a field of them. Because which you cannot do with the truck, by the way. You can do it with the trike, where you can sort of, if you're in a truck, because
the problem is you can't see your Odra deck.
Yeah,
when
so
you're
you
in
don't
the
know
truck.
if you're right next to
You can
them.
literally sit there and stare at your Odra deck on the trike and not run into any. But yeah, if you can make it through with a truck, you're very, very lucky.
Yeah, I think the only time I made it through the truck is when there was a road above or next to the BTs.
Yeah.
I'm excited to talk about roads, but we're a ways from that.
We're not terribly far away from roads. So after we connect the wind farm, Dead Man tells us early experiments with our blood is proving effective against the BTs. We mentioned that it seemed like the BTs were... Oh, I said earlier, there was one of the other time was in the incinerator is when the injured foot blood came into play with the BTs. So we mentioned that to Dead Man when we're back at Capital Knot City, and they do some tests. So it turns out as they are aerosolizing some blood into BT-infested areas, they dissipate. So Mama has designed a prototype weapon that we're going to, which is the hematic grenades we've mentioned, that we get a little side mission to, go see how they work against BTs, and we can go kill our first BT now, or we can just get the grenades and do it whenever. And Die Hardman comes up and tells us it's time to connect Port Knot City. We need to head back to Capital Knot for all the supplies that can't just be printed for Port Knot. And my note here is grenades and lots of blood as well. We grab our cargo and head out and get all the way back. We get back to the start and walk back through all the same areas we've already been through at this point.
Is this where we get to ride a bike back though?
Yes.
Right? We get given the generator. Okay, so another thing we should talk about is building structures or laying down things in this game.
Yeah, the PCC.
I think this is probably a good point to talk about it because we get kind of our first big upgrade to the PCC, which allows us to build generators, which will charge Sam's battery as well as any vehicle batteries. And you have to build one in order to get access to this first reverse trike that you can use, which you can ride back to Port Knot. I don't know if any of y'all did.
Yep, that rusty pile. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The PCC, I don't actually use a lot of these.
Zip lines is pretty much all I make.
Yeah.
You make timefall shelters, Ryan?
You can. I don't.
No, Ryan.
I think I've made 2.
I thought you said you would build one before you go in to fight the BT and put your cargo.
I tend to find them there. There tend to be timefall shelters around BT areas, so usually I don't have to build one. But that is the time and place when I will, because like I said, my preferred method in taking on any kind of enemy in this game is to set my cargo down and bring the fight to them. Yeah,
bridges are very helpful in certain spots, but another mechanic in the game is there are materials like ceramics and metals and special alloys, things like that, and certain things that you can build require a contribution of some of these materials. So for instance, your PCC will only build the base of a bridge, and you have to add 800 materials to it to complete, or 800 metals to it to complete the bridge.
Yeah. Basically, you're like setting up the printer, the 3D printer.
Right.
And you just got to bring the ink.
But then the other thing about these structures is as long as you're connected to online, some of your structures will show up in other people who are playing the game's world, and some of their structures can show up in your world to help you. And I don't know, generators are my favorite thing to find in just like the most opportune place. When you're out in the middle of nowhere and your vehicle's about to run out, or your power skeleton's about to run out, and you have 270 kilograms of cargo on you, and then you just see that generator over across the next hill. You love that person for a little while.
Oh yeah, all the likes. They get all 10 seconds of likes. that I can give. Yeah. James, you a big PCC guy?
I not really. The only thing I really tend to use is ladders and climbing anchors.
Mm-hmm.
I
All
don't
the
even
other,
carry those.
yeah, all the PCC stuff I just use whatever I find lying around normally.
Yeah.
See,
From
man,
other people.
I carry like 4 on me at all times. So if I'm ever in a sit, because I know if I'm in a spot and I need this thing, someone else is probably going to be in this spot at some point and going to need this thing. And like that's been provided to me by other players, and I want to provide that to other players. So that's my motivation.
That's what I do with the ladders and the climbing anchors. I just for some reason just don't do that with PCCs.
Yeah, I think I lean with James here because I tend to carry a climbing anchor box, which has 3 climbing anchors in it, and 2 ladders with me at all times. So I'm much more likely to drop a ladder over a gap or up a hillside. It's like, oh man, I need to climb up here. Someone else probably just wanted to walk in a straight line like I did. Let me let me build this ladder for them.
I usually want to have ladders, but pretty much I only build zip lines. That's it.
But
and then that's all I do.
I just want to cross the stream. I'm not going to build a whole bridge just to get across this one.
Well, for that, usually somebody already has something there that I've come across, so I'll run across that. And the only time I'll grab a ladder is I know, like, if I'm going someplace I need to get high up to get the zip line too. And then I'll go up, hit the zip line, and then I'll go back down and just get rid of the ladder once the zip line's there.
I'm always thinking big picture. I'm thinking, how many times am I going to have to cross this stretch? What can I do to lessen that time? Like that's, and I'll get more into my feelings on that when we get to chapter 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get there. Where were we? Yes.
Chapter 6.
So we got everything at Capital Knot. We're heading out for Port Knot City. This is our longest delivery yet. And this has one of this moment really sticks in my head in this game of cresting that last hill and having Port Knot City below you. Low Roar comes on. I love.
Is that Low Roar or is that Asylums for the Feeling that comes on right there?
I don't remember specifically. I just remember loving that moment. I did the first time I played it, and I still did my second time through that area this time around. We get down to we connect Port Knot. We meet Igor's older brother Victor, who is the cargo collection person at Port Knot,
who does not have a funny name. Unfortunately,
he's the only one.
He's the only one.
So we meet Victor at Port Knot City, and we share a nice moment. He notices the little astronaut hanging from the BB pod and asks where we got that, and we tell him what happened to Igor. He tells us how Igor always dreamed about being on one of the Bridges crews and helping to reconnect America. So we have a little bit of a special moment with Victor, which is very nice. And we head down to our private room to rest before our boat trip. When we wake up, a downpour starts as we leave, and Sam gets dragged by BTs before he can react to them. And they drag him out into the middle of a field of tar pit and then let him go. And we meet Higgs, played by Troy Baker.
Tyler's favorite.
Yeah. My note. Troy Baker seems like he's been practicing his best Kojima villain in the mirror for years.
The thing is, right, he really hams it up. It's very exaggerated, but he is one of the best actors in this thing.
Well, he's doing his best Kojima villain, and it's pretty good. Like that. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that as a derogatory thing. Like, he knows what kind of vibe Kojima wants his villain to give off, and he just oozes the right amount of cheese for me. And honestly, I think I like that it's Troy Baker's face in this because it's one of the few opportunities that you get to see him kind of playing as himself in a way. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think he definitely pulls off like uber strange, creepy, weird villain as during this first meeting he monologues to us a little bit and then proceeds to smell the truth off of Sam that Bridget died.
Yeah.
Later on, later cutscene with Higgs, saying nothing else about the cutscene, he licks Fragile.
Yep, I have that. I have that written down as well.
Like he pulls off
I didn't think that
weird
was
guy
that
villain
memorable.
great.
You guys are weird.
He's a weird dude.
Have you not listened to the podcast before? Of course we are weird. Also, I'm just backtracking here, but Igor's brother's name is Victor.
Mm-hmm.
Like Victor Frankenstein, and then Igor was his helper.
Oh, James got. He said it wasn't a funny name.
It just
Every name
Joke's on you. It's hilarious.
it just
Done it again.
clicked while you guys were talking about smelling Troy Baker or whatever was happening.
No, he smells us.
Oh, okay.
Important distinction.
Yeah, very clearly. So he tells us he's going to find Amelie before us, and he summons a giant squid monster BT and leaves us to fight it.
Now, I have a question about Higgs.
Mm-hmm.
So his BB is like permanently red, and like our BB gets red sometimes. I think when it's disturbed.
Autotoxemia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is his one red because it's like constantly in that state, or because it's some kind of like Star Wars Sith thing where he's the evil guy, so his thing has to be red?
I mean, probably that. But also, we find out later. I don't know if we want to talk about this right now, but you find out more about BB. We'll just talk about it then.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts about that.
There's some potential
we'll
thoughts on that.
it
It
then.
could just be stylization for a villain. There's a chance it could be explained as well in the story as I sit here and think about it, because I didn't really even make that connection until you brought it up, James.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought of it as the good red Oni, blue Oni, good versus evil thing. But now that you say it, I could peg something to it once we get there.
For sure.
So this fight, this is like, just whip grenades at him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the only
BT
weapon.
fight.
I'm running around picking up all these grenades, and I
Trying
keep
to
going in.
figure
I'm
out
like,
what-
why the fuck don't I have any grenades? Why does it keep telling me I don't have any grenades? Until I finally figured out after running for 10 minutes, like Sam's cargo load right now I'm running around with is like 3 of him standing on my back of cases. I'm like, I know I have grenades. I never went in to actually switch them. I just assumed that it was ammo that I was picking up.
Mm-hmm.
So this fight took me way longer than it should have because I didn't understand that I had to go in, switch to another container that wasn't empty. It's like, God damn it.
You can also pee on it.
Oh, well. But I haven't peed in the wild yet. And I think I've only peed
big
thing.
2 or 3 times in my own
It's
residence.
it's actually a useful weapon if you have nothing else. So I mentioned earlier I had an encounter with a random BT out in the open world, and I didn't have a weapon on me, so I peed on him, and it froze him for a few seconds, which kind of gave me time to run away and escape. So
Nice.
it was pretty effective.
There you go.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I need to utilize my urine more.
It might be even more useful if he had an STD and started pissing like blood or something because they don't like his blood.
Okay.
Tools of
he's
victory,
right.
man. You gotta use what they give you.
So we slaughter this squid, and Fragile, who is watching from the distro center rooftop, comes down as we're leaving. She says she knows Higgs.
In the biblical sense.
Yeah. Sure, Tom. That he's extremely he's a really high level dooms sufferer since he can control these BTs in the Timefall. He's at least level 7.
7, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like his power level's over 9,000. Like,
I was just gonna say that.
Sam's what, a level 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
But-
I need to know more about these levels.
Sam's a repatriate.
True. Is that connected to dooms at all? Are there non-dooms
like-
repatriates?
See, that's a good question. I don't know if there's repatriates like without dooms. That's
The way they sort
Sam
of,
is the only one with both.
Yeah,
So-
the way they frame it is like, oh, you're a repatriate and you also have dooms. So
Yeah.
it kind of like I don't think the two are mutually exclusive in either way.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fragile walks us to her boat that we'll be taking across the giant lake here. And we get episode 3, Fragile. Fragile tries to talk with Sam about Higgs on the boat, but Sam, ready to sleep at any moment as if he was a military man, falls asleep sitting before she has a chance to get her query and talk out. We dream of Amelie on the beach. I didn't write anything else down, so I don't imagine it's actually that important of a
This
scene.
is where my note about finishing the game and not understanding actually, like, I feel like the bits and pieces I do remember are confusing me even more.
Well, hopefully in 2 weeks it gets cleared up for you. We make it to Lake Knot City, connect them to the network. Amelie tells up and
hold on. Fragile gives us a good big speech, including the line, "I'm sure you've heard the term multiverse."
Oh yes, she talks about how
she talks about
can
beaches.
blip around.
How she teleports. Yeah, and everyone's beach is different. Is I think a key piece of information we get about beaches there.
Definitely, and
capital B beach, by the way. That's capital B on that one.
Yeah, definitely something that I guess should have clicked with me about some other things about beaches that didn't connect in that way at first.
You go swimming?
I think there's a Presidents of the United States of America song about beaches. Millions of beaches. Beaches for me.
Close.
Look out!
So Amelie tells us that Middle Knot and South Knot were nuked by terrorists. Which I gotta say, I shouldn't be surprised that Kojima had another game with nukes in it, but I really did not expect the word nuke to be in Death Stranding at all. My first playthrough.
Kojima loves nukes.
Yeah, he hates nukes.
Well, he loves hating nukes.
Yes, there you go. He loves nuclear material and not the type that they use to make bombs or run nuclear power plants, like material about nuclear stuff. But yeah, half of South Knot.
Okay, that's it.
And they've rebuilt some of it because that's part of where you're working towards in chapter 3.
Eventually. Excuse me. We get to our room, and when we wake up, we see Fragile. That's when she starts talking about the beaches and multiverses. She gives us a marker of Fragile Express, a little strand with her blood in it, so that the preppers in this area, who are a lot more accustomed to fragile porters as opposed to Bridges porters, will be a little more accepting of us. Might work better in some cases than other.
Yeah. And then
because the people think some people think that she was responsible for these bombs, so that's why it might work better with some than others.
Yeah. And then Sam and Fragile get attacked by ninjas trying to steal their beaches. I think that's right.
Then they move into the country.
That is what happens next in the video. Coming out of the trees.
And she shows us her ability to leap and talks about the multiverses and that she can help us with that power. Yay, fast travel. So for the first time around, as you were coming up to Port Knot City, before you take that boat ride, they're like, hey, you're going across the boat. You might not be able to come back here anytime soon. Make sure you've done the things you want to do. So the first time I played this game, I saw that warning. I'm like, oh, let me go do a bunch more side missions then. And proceeded to waste 8 fucking hours.
8 hours?
Good lord!
Yeah, my first playthrough back around launch. That's
why you fell off this game. I'm saying it right now. That is probably a big part of why you ended up falling off this game, because
could be
you get the tools that you could have gone back and knocked all that stuff out in 4 hours.
Right.
At worst, I mean, you have at this point knocked all that stuff out, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
I'd say that's part of why you fell off this game, because yeah, I mean,
It
you
could
get so
contribute
many
to it.
interesting tools in this area.
Yeah,
which I'm
chapter
so excited
3
to talk about. Chapter
Chapter
3
3
is the bulk
it-
of this game.
it feels like they finally took the tutorial wheels off in chapter 3 and we're like, all right, here is the game proper.
After you get off the boat, that's when it should go Death Stranding.
That would be like a Ghost of Tsushima style title card where it's like, here, you can do stuff now.
Yeah. Where was I?
So we get the band from Fragile.
Yes, we take we start reaching out to connect some preppers. So we take some deliveries.
But first, can we talk about roads? Can we talk about building the roads?
Can we talk about the fact that there isn't a character called Rhodes?
That's
somehow
that we've met yet.
Right.
I don't know. There could be.
Oh my goodness.
My next playthrough, I'm gonna make a new account. I love building roads like more than anything in this game because it enables you so much. Like basically, my goal in any area leading up to where I have to. So I don't know if we really like hit this hard, but the reason that you're going to all these preppers is because you have to use your Cupid to connect them to the chiral network to extend the knots all the way across. Like that is the specific reason. It's not just to deliver cargo. You do have this overarching mission.
Yeah, we loosely mentioned the chiral network, but yeah, that is the larger thing about reconnecting America. It's not about getting people what they need. It's about literally reconnecting.
Die Hard Man does also stress it is very much about also getting people what they need. And getting the chiral network to them is helpful in that aspect. So the way this works mechanically is as you approach a new prepper or a prepper who doesn't let you connect them to the network right away, you leave the network. And so you are unable to build things that you would be able to build with PCCs, and other people's structures do not appear in the world. Or in that area until you make those connections. So my goal was always to make the path to the edge of that as easy as possible and then do the same thing on my way back from connecting the prepper, right? So roads were my bread and butter. I mean, I posted a picture in the Discord of how many roads I had built and how many materials I contributed. My road is complete. My road all the way up to Mountain Knot and all the way to South Knot is done.
Wow.
I restored 33 sections of road and contributed 92,684 materials to it.
Yeah, I'm missing Oh, go ahead, James.
Here's my thing. On my first playthrough, I spent so much time building roads because I wanted to build all the whole network of roads and everything. Until I found out that the roads decay over time, and you have to maintain them.
It's such a long time. Like it's such a I ended up getting I think 4 rows of stars on my pants. So every each person that you can deliver a cargo to has up to 5 stars you can get from them, and it unlocks things that you can build. And some other capacity on the chiral network and things like that. And in my first playthrough, I ended up with like 4 rows of 5 stars, and I never once had to rebuild the road, not once. So it's totally worth it to me. But how are you guys on roads? I mean, Ryan and Tom.
I'm very nearly connected South Knot to Mountain Knot. There's 4 or 5 pieces up by Mountain Knot that I haven't connected yet because I want to get connected to the novelist's son so that half of the road materials are already in there. I don't have to do the whole because some of those are really expensive.
There's
like
that one that's like
ceramics.
9,000 of everything.
Yeah, it's crazy,
including chiral crystals. Like, I ended up having to go up the road collecting chiral crystals from everyone to finish that part.
But I've got 26 road sections built and 54,700 materials.
Oh yeah, dude.
So I this past weekend I spent a lot of time because I had only built like 6 pieces. There were a handful of pieces scattered around my world that had been built. But this weekend I I hit our stopping point sometime in the middle of last week. I took like 10 hours this weekend. I was just building roads.
I mean, I guess this is I don't know if we want to dig a little bit further into chapter 3 before I launch into my thesis of why I love this game. But
I think we just hit it.
Where,
it's roads, right?
This is where it no.
Oh.
That's a piece of it, but
It's zip
I
lines.
could kind of, I could do it later too, but yeah,
Up to you.
let's go a little bit further. Let's
All
go
right.
a little bit further.
Yeah, my roads are maybe 10, but I do have 62 zip lines up.
Jesus Christ. How's your chiral bandwidth?
I don't know if I even
Not
have
good,
what that is.
probably. Do you have certain capacity that you can get up to?
Yeah.
on
Oh
the
no,
chiral
I've
network?
definitely hit capacity.
Okay, that's what I figured. Yeah, it
Very
sucks, and
consistently.
You have to try. Yeah, that's your reason for 5-starring people. Increase that capacity.
But so what I did is I went back to the first area, built all that up with zip lines to get all 5 stars in all those areas. As soon as I left, I got rid of all those zip lines so I could build on the second area.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. So we got a bunch of different deliveries. The 3 important people we have to meet prepper-wise for connections here are the engineer, the elder, and the craftsman. They all have varying degrees of welcomingness and usefulness to Sam. We meet the engineer first. He's very open to joining the UCA. Lets us get him on the network first trip, and he gives us our power legs, which is game
Huge.
changer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literal game changer.
It's pretty much like, was it like 3 to 1 usually from the guys you encounter? So you get 3 that want to join to 1 that doesn't. Kind of in that ratio. At least the way that I was going along, I'd hit like 3, and then I'd hit 1 that didn't want to do it. Then I get another 3, and then be 1 that didn't want to do it.
Well, even here
'cause
we get like one
engineer,
1 and 1.
elder, collector. We
Craftsman.
start with engineer. Craftsman. Yeah, engineer, craftsman, right?
And the engineer wants the full
doesn't
ticket.
want to. Yep.
Craftsman doesn't want it all, and the elder just wants a contract, not a full connection.
Yeah, which are the 3 options? Take the delivery. See you later, Sam. Take the delivery, sign a contract, or do a contract with Bridges, but don't join the UCA, which does connect them to the network and give you the ability to build structures and stuff, but doesn't let you, I think, fabricate equipment.
Doesn't get them the pro membership perks.
Right, and then
Yeah.
the third option
1 day
is for
shipping.
them to fully join the UCA. So yeah, engineer straight up joins, collector has some things he needs from you.
Yeah, Craftsman's a little upset with
shit,
Fragile. It's okay. There's a collector here too. Elder is ready for the contract, but he's not. Like, he still is fine being a loner and isn't ready to fully sign on to the UCA.
He doesn't want the free movie pass.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
good.
He doesn't want to stream anything.
And he is also
5-starred that guy. He's gonna do that.
I was gonna say he's also like the most annoying one to get to out of these 3.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
So you got zip lines up, and then you just.
Yep.
I don't believe in zip lines.
Well-
apparently.
Yeah.
As a
this
really
is
easy way
problem
to get
we're
5
really gonna
stars.
have to get into, yeah.
And the craftsman is outright hostile to us, I would say, upon first meeting. He sends us on a suicide mission to Middle Knot to retrieve some tools. It's BT encrusted. I went in there, killed the BT, and was back in under 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is the
Yeah.
first area that I was actually whipping grenades at actual BTs, and then I think I don't really did anything until you get the killer cuff.
So if you have to go into the center to his locker, and there's a bunch of materials in there, right?
Yeah, bunch of metal and ceramics and whatnot.
So I know Ryan got those materials out. I went at one point during my road building quest, and this is where a BT sucked me down, and it blew just a circular crater in that area, like basically inside the wall, because there's a kind of a wall surrounding Middle Knot that you have to climb over. Middle Knot's one of the cities that was destroyed in the bombing, and the locker was gone. Locker was completely gone. I reloaded a save and just didn't go back there, and eventually didn't end up needing to either. So
there you go.
Yeah, but it was the squid one, and yeah, he grabbed me and pulled me down. Like my health was fine, my stamina was fine, and everything. He got me.
Just gotcha.
Just the insta kill.
I got
Outplayed.
hung up on a wall or something.
Mm. Yeah, so we go get his special tools, and he changes his mind. He joins. He's just a contractor first, or does he just sign up after we get him his tools?
I think he's so impressed that
Yeah, I think you get like 3 stars just from doing this thing
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
And so I think he's like, yeah, great.
Mm-hmm.
Give me Prime.
And we get the bola gun from him,
Ooh,
which
doggy.
is useful against both mules and BTs, as the rope in the bola gun is made from rope with our blood in it, like our little strand that hangs on our leg, so it's useful against BTs as well.
That's called a penis.
Mm-hmm. The next task is to retrieve a server from the mules and deliver it to the South Distro Center. It's got some building constructions for robotic delivery legs.
Yeah, and this is like your first. It's like, hey, go try out the bola gun. Is basically what the game is saying at this point, right?
Yeah, they get you the bola gun, go into mule territory.
Mm-hmm.
And the bola gun is amazing. We talked about it some. If you hit him in the head, it knocks him out immediately. If you body him, you have to go kick him to knock him out.
Unless they're crossing a river, in which case they immediately get knocked out.
And probably die, but this is Batman throwing people off a building territory.
Nope. The game thinks of that. If you watch a mule body that got knocked out in the water, a life preserver pops up around his neck and floats the head above water.
Oh, good deal. Thanks.
Attention to detail.
No, that is good actually. And these mules also have a truck.
Yes.
Did any of you take this truck?
I used it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, yes.
Yes.
Smithy, I'm assuming no.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I got my first mule truck stuck like almost immediately. And as I got far enough away from it, it put up a message, because on the left side of the screen it'll give you messages all the time of like if you got likes from people or if your structures are deteriorating or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the opposite of a kill feed. But it's basically this game's version of a kill feed. Like when you take out all the mules, that's where it says porters will now be able to traverse this area easier. It said vehicle destroyed by a considerate BT.
Yes. I have seen that as well.
For Ryan and Smithy, what's the biggest difference to you between playing in this area now versus playing in a launch, as far as what you see from other people, what the structures you see from other people?
There's a lot more of them. I built every single piece of road that I needed to in my first playthrough. Here, as I connected places, there would be occasionally a piece of road built. There's a lot more vehicles, and I just want to say this right now. If you are the kind of person that leaves a vehicle in the middle of the road, I hate you. Pull off to the side.
Yeah, that's the worst. Luckily, I have not come across any. I haven't been able to that have been fully across the road.
Dude, I've had 6 trucks parked horizontally across the road, dead center.
Maybe it's because I didn't build roads, but I get the guys that drive the truck all the way inside of the porters area, and you can't get in. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean,
you gotta get in, drive it out.
You have to bring your vehicle right up to it in order to offload stuff directly
Get it out of the way,
at the
then.
terminal.
Like, what the hell?
Well, yeah, I mean, I always drive my vehicle away, but
Yeah.
Well, these are literally just parked inside of it. Like, you can't get into it. It's like, God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. My people are homies. The biggest difference for me is the footpaths, and this is, I think, one of the cooler things that happens is as people cross the same areas repeatedly in their own games, it actually wears down the terrain and creates footpaths that make it easier to traverse the land. And there are way more of those now than there were at launch.
I did not know that.
Oh
I just
yeah,
thought
you
those
know
were
the
just
little
naturally
like
part
dirt.
of the world.
No, absolutely. So you really notice it in the mountains when you have a zip line right outside a prepper station. Your path from the zip line to the prepper station will wear down like immediately, pretty much. And that happens like everywhere. So like if you take the same path to the engineer every time off of like the road or whatever, it will get easier each time. And or that path will already be laid down, and that's a thing you can get likes for. Actually, you'll see a path you laid down, X player used a path that you laid down. That's what that means, is just you wore down an area a little bit and helped somebody out by doing that.
So I need to
I
go
figured-
somewhere and just start running back and forth.
Yeah.
I always figured that message just meant like ladders and stuff, but
No, because you get likes, for people using the ladder, and it said blank used a ladder that you put near blank.
Yeah,
Porter gave you an additional like for a ladder.
I get lots of zipline likes.
Oh yeah.
Get
All
lots
mine
of
are for
road
roads,
likes.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 150K, and like 80,000 are from players, and like 75,000 of those are from roads.
Yeah, roads are big. Yeah, the I didn't really think about the footpaths until you mentioned them to me, Travis, and ever since then, anytime I open a map, you just see these thick blue lines
yeah,
of where
that's what
people
the
have been
blue
walking
lines
for
on
forever.
the map are. Yeah, is so when you like, because that's another thing. A cool thing about the map in this game is that you can lay down your path by setting waypoints for yourself. So you can look at a map and you can tell what the terrain is like from the map, and you can set yourself a path that actually shows in the game world. So like you can make your own objective line, basically, that goes how you want it to go.
And you can make it as specific or as
you could do 100 points on it if you wanted to. And I did that all the time my first time, and I don't have to do that at all because these footpaths are like,
if anything, I like lay
to the
down
edge of the chiral network for the most part.
I lay down a path like following the footpath sometimes to make sure I don't like space out and forget where I'm going.
Which happens.
Definitely. One of the times I was this is for the wind farm, so a little bit a while ago, but one of the times I was coming back after a delivery, I missed the exit and started to circle back into the other side of the forest by several hundred meters.
I think I did that up in the mountains in the snow. I'm pretty sure I turned myself completely around because I didn't know where the hell I was going, and then I looked at the map. I'm like, I just went in a circle.
Good job. Yep.
Also BT's territory too, so I just
perfect.
Yeah, good.
So we get that server to the South Distro Center, and we print our first autonomous bot, and then we go take a nap because we're very tired. We've done a lot of work today. When we wake up, oh, that's right. We dream of the beach. Sam has timefall affected hands. Not in any way, shape, or form a clue for the scene that is going to be following this one.
The licking scene.
No, that's not this. Sam wakes up in a minor panic, checking his hands, and hears the shower running, and peeks over to see Fragile there.
And he really peaks.
Oh, he really peaks.
6 to midnight. You'll get it.
I got you.
Yeah, talking about Norman Reedus.
And we get a good close-up of what Fragile talked about earlier, that she was affected by timefall from neck to toe, very severely. And she notices us noticing this, and Sam backs off. Fragile gets out of the shower, and they just kind of don't address the elephant in the room. Once she's out, we confront her about some of the things the preppers have said, that she's the terrorist, she's the one facilitating these nukes, and she's heard all of them and recites them back to us. I really like this scene. She's not shying away from the mistakes. Not even if she didn't directly cause them, she's not afraid to take responsibility.
Own her part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like that a lot.
It kind of, a lot of that sort of read to me as like, yeah, I've heard these, these stories, the stuff that people are saying about me. I've heard it so often for so long. I'm just gonna set the record straight.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
she's just sick of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially with Sam, who is like becoming a coworker in a sense. For her, she needs to make sure that there's no distrust or second thoughts about the relationship they're going to have going forward.
Yeah.
So it's good for her to, set the ground now and talk and, confront these things. She tells us of her and her father's dream to reunite America and the terrorists that infiltrated their company and used them to drive people apart instead. She's past her dream of rebuilding America, but she'll be damned if she sits by and lets Higgs ruin her family legacy, which is why she sought out Sam's help in the first place. She tells us that if she needs us, just to give her a call, and then she blips out. Deadman calls us and tells us that despite getting more network online, he still doesn't have anything on BB origin. He's been researching BBs, trying to figure out BBs and Doom sufferers, and Sam had questions about BB, and Deadman has been searching for it. And he's also locked out of BB-28's service record, which is our BB, which seems weird. That I got to imagine Deadman is a higher ranking figurehead in the Bridges,
he's the highest
hierarchy.
Yeah, I
right?
mean,
Well, isn't
Yeah.
Die Hardman the highest?
Oh,
Deadman.
oh yeah.
But he's
Yeah,
still though. He's got to be like top 10 or something, right? Like he's.
they gotta keep those real good secrets. Just Mr. Fake Skull.
So it's weird that he's locked out of BB-28 service records. And now it's time for more deliveries. We have equipment for the local weather station. Once we get them online, we can actually see the weather on our cufflinks, which is great. We can look up to a half hour in advance and see where timefall is going to be.
Which I never do.
Once looked at it.
Me neither.
Well, and then for me, the roads are built, so
No.
I'm just driving through it all the time.
Yeah.
I just don't care, I guess. I just.
Well, I don't look at it because I noticed on my first playthrough, I seem to remember I looked for when the BTs were going to be there, and it doesn't matter because if like they place them on your path and they're always there, anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Timefall doesn't necessarily denote BTs. Again, like I think that's the thing. And there are set BT zones, and then there are some that kind of swirl around a little bit in areas. But yeah, you have to kind of go way out of your way to go around.
A lot of the time.
Or zip
You
line
can't
straight
really,
through it.
you can't wait it out because I remember trying that a couple times, and I went to like a timefall shelter and waited for a while, and it was still there.
That works occasionally. I have waited out timefall in a timefall shelter at least twice this playthrough. But if it's BT rain and it's like the BT section between the weather station and the South Distro Center, that one's not going anywhere unless you take them out.
And even then, it only goes away for like
10
what
minutes.
feels like an annoyingly low
Short.
amount of time at this point.
Not as long as the mules stay knocked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
I think
heavenly.
BTs should be gone as long as the mules are knocked out.
I'll agree.
Like
with
a half
that.
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. The collector has 3 missions to retrieve stuff from the same mule camp, and you just go, turn it in, head back to the mule camp where everyone's still knocked out. Pick up the next stuff. Like, good
Very
stuff.
nice. After we get the weather station online, we bring some wheat to a local farm/brewery, and we now have Timefall Porter, as alluded to earlier, as opposed to Monster Energy. So it's time to get crunk.
Yeah, and this is really interesting, like bit of world building here. Like, how could you utilize the Timefall, like to help? Like, could you grow up babies real quick to help make deliveries? Like, if you put them out in a Timefall for just a little bit, like, can you produce like natural food supply quickly by controlled planting and forecasting of the Timefall coming through? Like,
Well,
I think that's really fascinating.
the question that I have is, where are they manufacturing the Monster Energy? Have Monster set up shop
The
again
monster
after the apocalypse?
cans. That's a good question. Or because the canteen just turns regular water into monster, which is the best thing ever.
Oh,
I have to.
it's the
definitely
Jesus
experiment.
canteen. Instead of water to wine, it's water to monster. I got it now. Perfect.
And also, where are they filming Ride with Norman Reedus for AMC?
Damn, those are good questions, actually.
It's up in Canada. That's where they're filming it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Death Stranding only hit America.
Yeah. And it also doesn't seem to take very long to cross whatever we've crossed of America so far, which seems to be like 3/4.
A good chunk of the way. I feel like we're in Nevada-ish territory, maybe a little bit east of Nevada.
Yeah.
We're a good chunk of the way west.
I have no idea what the American map looks like.
I don't know the European map that well, so I don't expect you to know the American map that well, James. I've definitely seen those videos online of Europeans like, how can you Americans not know that Czechoslovakia is next to whatever country it's next to? It's like, because I got to know all 50 states. We learned that in school, and their capitals and their abbreviations and where they go on the map. I didn't have time to learn Europe as well.
That's fine. I don't know Europe either very well. Maybe geography is just not my thing.
It could be. Yeah. So after we get that farm online, we bring back some Timefall Porter for the South Distro Center, and get ready to meet some new preppers again. We've got the film critic, who is cool with the contract but not a full connection, and the junk dealer, who might just be the biggest asshole we've met so far.
Immediately, yes.
Yeah, off the rip. Like, this guy is just like, fuck you and your existence. He is.
He's got all kinds of cargo just sitting outside of his shop all the time.
Yeah, chirally contaminated cargo, which I think that's the first. Unless, I mean, I suppose you can get cargo to be chirally contaminated, but this is the first time the game, like, hey, here is cargo that isn't just destroyed, it's contaminated in some fashion and needs to be destroyed in a different fashion. Like, you've got to bring it to this giant tar pit lake that the junk dealer is near and throw it in.
Which I like that little tutorial, too, where it's like, go over here and put it in your hand, swing it, and let it go.
Which is the first time the game tells you can throw cargo.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, I don't know that it pops up in a toolbox, maybe, but it's.
I think
like
that's the first time that I remember seeing anything. But then
certainly
again,
the first mandatory interaction.
I forget a lot of things apparently that it tells me. So
it tells you a lot of things. To be fair,
I mean, there's a lot of information thrown at us in 3 episodes so far.
This is true. Yeah, there's a lot of onloading in the first chunk of this game. So the junk dealer sends us on another suicide mission to the craftsman. This guy.
My note. I hate the junk dealer. That's my note. This guy is the worst. He's great though, because the speed skeleton is sick.
Yeah, so he's pissed off because he blames Fragile for the explosion at South Knot, and he is of the belief that that explosion killed his one true love,
who he plays a video of for like a solid minute every time you go to speak to him for some reason.
Yeah, like, why are you torturing yourself, bro?
And,
why are you torturing me? I don't want to watch this.
The performance of the chiral artist received a lot of ridicule at the release of the game. Definitely.
Yeah,
I can see it.
I mean, I understand. Yeah, that can feel a little stilted. So he sends us on a suicide mission into, wait, I guess that's Middle Knot, right? Because South Knot's way further down. He sends us on a suicide mission into Middle Knot to get some materials that are that he left there, much like the Craftsman's suicide mission. I went in again and intentionally got myself dragged down, destroyed that BT, and picked up every piece of cargo just as my own middle finger back to him. Like, I'm not going to get the minimum. You're going to get every goddamn piece of cargo you left behind here.
I have not completed a single delivery with anything less than the maximum.
Same.
I don't know. Why would I deliver a partial load? That's crazy.
I probably would have done the same if I wasn't on a time crunch trying to finish.
Yeah, no, I was wondering. That's the thing. I'm like so interested to get to some of these later missions and ask you specifically how you did them because you were on such a time crunch. So
Yeah.
I mean, we're not there yet, but like some of these things, yeah, I'm very interested in.
Yeah, and Tom, how'd you handle the suicide mission?
Just snuck around, grab stuff, throw fucking blood grenades at BTs that got in my way.
Fair enough. So we get all the stuff, we head back, and Fragile and Die Hardman were like researching this girl while we were off collecting things, and turns out, according to their records, she's likely still alive. So when we get back to the junk dealer and deliver him these goods, Fragile calls him up and has a conversation with him, and he's like, all right, fine, but I've got to know for sure. So he gives us a speed skeleton, quote, to make damn sure you finish this mission, unquote, and a extremely fragile container holding a chiral sand. Hourglass.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. Oh my god, dude, I googled that fucking word because I could not think of the term hourglass as I was taking notes, and it gave me wait, it didn't even give me hourglass.
Timepiece.
I think it said sand timer. I think is the only thing it gave me.
Yeah, that sounds right. Can we talk about the topography in the area on the way from the distribution center to the junk dealer a little bit?
Sure.
Because this is where those big crevices are. There's lots of ravines, basically. And if you're like me, you've tried to jump your bike or truck across one or two of them and failed.
I blew up like 10 reverse trikes, I'm pretty sure, in this area.
Yeah, see, so this is an area where you should just build a couple bridges, man. They'll help you for the rest of the game, and they'll help other people out.
Or 3 zip lines.
You could just drive around.
Here's the I love zip lines. I've been waiting to talk about zip lines until we kind of get to where we unlock them. But the problem with zip lines is you can't fill a truck with 3,000 kilograms of cargo and drive it on a zip line. Like I completed, like, in a circuit from South Knot back to Lake Knot, I think I completed like 14 premium deliveries just on one truck trip down the road.
Look,
but that's your prerogative. That's not my prerogative.
Zip lines are great, but I was doing a delivery at one point where I visited 3 different zip lines, and not a single one of them had a second zip line that I could zip to.
Well, that's because not all of them show up in your world. Only some of them do, and you have to build the connecting ones. But we'll get there.
I don't have time for that.
I've got a lot to say about the zipline section.
Okay, but as for the crevices, as for the crevices, just drive around. There's a path. There's a path if you go around.
But it's more daring. I could be on ride with Norman Reedus if I jump them on my motorcycle.
Dude. So there is one section, like the way that I have to go through that area, because that's kind of where I'm like 5-starring stuff right now. I finished the junk dealer. I've got to do the chiral artist and finish the film director. But there's 3 bridges through that area, and after the second one is where the 2 that are like really, really close to each other, there's just a tiny gap like that, is where 2 of those are, one right after another, and a mule hangs out like right at the foot of the bridge after. So it's like, it's super daring to go through there because I have to like, and you can jump at like no speed and make it across that gap. Like, it's safe. I've never fallen down that part, but still, like, the combination of the mule being there and these jumps that you do have to make just makes that one of my favorite areas to kind of drive through.
Yeah, I'll either go around or I'll put a ladder down and drive my trike over a ladder.
Yeah, or 2 trikes down and you can drive a truck across. So you have, or 2 ladders.
Two ladders.
You have to place them very carefully, though.
Yeah, yeah. If you're good, you can get the trucks across, no problem. Yeah. All right. So we get this. How do you guys feel about this fragile package in particular? Because we have other fragile package missions, but this one they force us to carry it by hand.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's not a long distance.
Yeah.
It is worse to me on the mouse than it was on controller. I will say that because I just did a pizza delivery mission where you have to carry champagne by hand. From the Timefall farm all the way to the place where you deliver pizza. So
sidebar, have you ever ordered champagne with pizza?
It sounds awful.
Actually, so here's the thing: during the pandemic, to go like places restaurants you would normally go to sit down, started having to go alcohol, like to go mixed drinks and stuff. So I imagine you could make that happen.
But somewhere. Pizza and champagne?
There's plenty of sit down nice places that serve pizza, Tom.
But that's not like a great
from an Italian
combo.
place. And
I'm questioning the person ordering the pizza and the champagne, or are you literally just getting the champagne?
Look, all will become clear if you do these missions and finish the game. Okay, I promise.
I have definitely been at pizza restaurants and seen people with pizza and wine. I don't know how much further a step is.
Oh, champagne is not like wine.
Because like it's an Italian
I know they're
right. What about a prosecco?
Definitely.
But was it a prosecco or was it champagne?
Just give me a truly.
Was it mist or was it fog? I don't know.
It was Vogue. God, speaking of those crevices, there's this one mission for the film director that you have to go down into a Vogue-filled canyon to get 4 different packages, and I legit died and had to reload a save like 3 or 4 times before I was finally like, fine, I'll bring a ladder and an anchor, I guess.
Yeah, all right, so we take this very fragile hourglass and put on our speed skeleton, run through BTs, and get to the chiral artist, who we meet the mother first. When the daughter sees the hourglass, she comes running out and gives this impassioned speech about wanting to see him again. My mother told me he died. So we put her in a bag and throw her on our back and bring her back to...
We also connect them to the network, which is important because there was a motorcycle right outside for me that I just drove straight back to the junk dealer.
I wrote junk dealer's girlfriend gets put in a sock.
I wrote, why doesn't the chiral artist care that she's outside and meeting someone new in the flesh at all? Like, why? Well, like neither Sam nor like Sam obviously can't like touch people, which is fine. Like that's his thing, and that's fine.
Yep.
But like, I feel like she should care. I feel like that's
stranger.
That's
put me in this knapsack and take me away.
Yeah. Also, I like the chiral artist's mother has literally no identity outside of being this like evil mother-in-law figure, like who.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like, and that's rough.
Also, the first time the first time I got there, I thought that was his girlfriend. I'm like, this guy's got a specific type because she is.
She's there's an age difference there for sure.
Maybe she sat in the rain for a while. I don't know.
Have you guys done the collector?
I've met him.
And you haven't gotten him?
I don't know.
Oh, he gives you the backpack cover.
Yes.
Which in cases like everything up until you start stacking cargo flat, like everything that you
I didn't. He's on the map, but I haven't gone to him yet.
It protects it from timefall. So anything that's on your back is protected from timefall. It's pretty sick.
It's very handy.
My one note on the chiral artist delivery is that I find it funny how they accept up to 50% damage on that. Yeah. You can deliver her You can deliver bloodied and beaten from the
We
journey,
fell
and he'll be
right
like,
off
"Oh,
the bat.
hey, thanks. That's great."
We fell right away, like right out the door. I was like, "Oh, there's a bike."
Well, she's got a concussion. Wake her up every 20 minutes. Don't...
She'll be fine.
Yeah, so we get her back to the junk dealer. They have a very, very heartwarming scene about being reconnected.
Yeah, I have another note here. I had a lot of notes on this. The score emphatically does not save the junk dealer and chiral artist proposal scene. It emphatically does not rescue that scene.
It's fine.
Yeah. Go with a Skelly rating on that one. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Especially, I know Smithy doesn't believe in reading emails, but the game has multiple messages of mail from them later on.
You don't need to read any of them. The titles are like...
Yeah, like the one, "Why did I get married?" was one of them. I remember that
Marriage
popping
sucks.
up. Yeah, it's like, what the hell? It's like, literally, you guys have been together for like 2 hours.
I'm going to the email box right now.
I do like the chiral artist though. When you get her 5-star, or I think it's you only have to get her 4 stars. Every time you give her something, you get the chiral boots, and then you can walk around in style.
Married life, not what I expected, says the chiral artist. The junk dealer, marriage sucks. Frowny crying face.
Yeah, that's the one I remember.
The cosplayer says, "Be sure to use your otter hood."
Yep. Which took me a long time to figure out to put that hood on.
Yeah, I haven't yet still.
I've never used it.
I mean, it's just a different hood.
Does it make you actually swim better? Like if you get caught in the water, do you swim better?
I've never gotten caught in the water, so I don't know.
I got swept away once by yellow water, and I want to call bullshit, Kojima.
Was it a pea stream?
No, you scan the water, it's blue, yellow, red.
Well, if you don't have your footing, if you weren't holding the triggers, man, you could lose your footing.
I absolutely was holding the triggers. I never let go of those triggers. That's
because you were using an Xbox controller. It's your own fault.
Playing on PC. Bless you.
Thank you.
So we get them all set up. We head back to Lake Knot to get ready to connect South Knot to the chiral network. We get a bunch of packages, and then we get there's a delivery problem. So a guy, Higgs, comes out like hat down, shambling. Yeah, there was a problem with this package. It got tagged twice, once by Bridges and once by Fragile.
Now it's like they in no way don't want you to know that it's Higgs. Like in every way, shape, or form, they're like, yes, it is him.
That is the thing. Obviously, everyone clocks on to the fact that it's Higgs straight away, but Norman Reedus doesn't. Until he's lying in his bed and has a bad dream.
He's like, oh my god.
He was thinking about Ride, all right? He just can't focus.
Yeah, he has to get to the distro center. He has to get to the distro center and take a nap. So we meet up with Fragile at the distro center, and we're like, so what's with this package? And she opens it up, and it's a nuke. We didn't know that.
Yeah, if you look at your cargo, you have to see it. Like, you have to actively be ignoring it because it says it in red lettering when you're organizing your cargo. Yeah. It literally just says a small thermonuclear bomb.
It's like
I don't pay attention when I organize my.
And it says if Sam is separated from it, or it is delivered, the timer will start to go off. Like that, the literally description of the cargo.
But the problem I have with it is if you actually deliver it, it literally just goes to a black screen, and then it's like it reloads it. I'm like, wait, what did the game just fuck up? And what just happened? Like, it's not like there's an animation and stuff blows up, or it's just you drive through and it goes black screen. That would have been cool. And then just loads back.
Because they figured that you would have seen not to deliver it. I mean,
they still just put a hard cut.
You would have clocked it was Higgs and then read the
Maybe I'm
description
on
of the
Higgs's
package
side.
that he handed to you. Well, then the game ended for you.
Oh, I beat the game. I did it.
All right, Tom
Bye,
can hang up
Tom.
All right. I'll take the call with me in the video and okay. All right.
So they Die Hardman and Fragile are like, we need to get rid of this. We obviously can't deliver the bomb. So we take it to the tar pit and throw it in. And get back to our regularly scheduled programming of delivering cargo. Where is this? Where am I in my notes? Put the pieces together, get
Ripped. Yeah.
Get rid of the nuke at the... Yes, okay, so this is when Fragile goes into the full story of what happened between her and Higgs and just how fucked up Higgs is. So Fragile was like aware of the second nuke that Higgs was trying to get delivered, and she caught up with the truck that had the nuke like just before it reached the city. She was trying to, save the day. And Higgs didn't like that very much.
So he licked her face.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And then he let her go. No.
He let her go naked.
Yeah, so he took her hostage, monologued to her, had her underneath a bridge, stripped naked except for underwear, told her that she could either save herself and just blip away to safety and let the bomb go off the way it was going to, or she could be the hero she was trying to be and deliver the bomb safely to the tar pit. And he snaps his face, or no, he shoots something into the sky with his Doom's ability and makes it immediately start to downpour timefall, or deliver this bomb naked through timefall, only giving her a covering on her face. And she chose to save the day, but that we saw in the shower earlier exactly what that did to her. She says that she has regretted that choice every day since. Sam calls her a goddamn hero. What do you guys think about Fragile's decision?
It's a video game.
I think there was some really weird camera angles in that scene where she's running. That's my only thought on the scene.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. I obviously she did the objectively right thing to do.
Right.
Even if she regrets it for her own reasons, like, God, you want to say in her shoes you would be the person to make that same choice, right?
Right. Also, she doesn't make it very far.
And she trips.
Yeah, she trips and falls, and she's sitting like she should literally probably just be dead, not just a little wrinkled.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
So we get back. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, a little back with the thermonuclear weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell would Sam accept that in the first place? Why would he accept delivery of that?
You don't look at the paper, man. You just sign the sheet. And...
Wait. He just got on me for saying I didn't read what I was doing when I started it.
The player should see it. The player should absolutely see it.
You are Reedus as the Normans.
We continue on to South Knot with our delivery, get them online, and get given lethal firearms, which, knowing what we know about dead bodies, kind of seems like a bad idea at first. Amelie comes up to say something as we're making this delivery, but we get disconnected. Die Hardman comes up and says there may be a line problem because they're not on the chiral network yet, so they're still getting her through old school lines.
Real quick.
Yeah.
So throughout every scene with Fragile, up until the Fragile story is told, she has offered Sam a crypto buyout at least once, if not twice. And this is the first time that he actually takes one.
Yeah.
After she tells the story of what happened to her, and symbolizing that their relationship is getting closer. If I'm reading Kojima's subtleties correctly.
Yeah, I would say so.
Or he's really hungry because I haven't seen him eat anything.
I don't feed that man anything unless he's bleeding. Mama comes up and says that it might be the chiral spike near us that caused the disconnect, that we should go outside and check it out. So we go outside, and there's basically a hurricane going on.
It's
outside.
the wizard. It's the Wizard of Oz. Come on, you're going to find the wonderful Wiz.
Yeah, we get pulled up by this hurricane and wake up in World War One.
Yeah, this is where the game just hits like, what the fuck is actually happening? Now this is getting really cool instead of creepy. Where he's just like, Mads is like, isn't he like basically let out of the ground? He has like the cords or the strands attached as like soldiers are like walking him up out of like the muck. And it's very good imagery.
Running through this war zone and the second one, which we get to later on, I think these are some of the best war zones in any game that I've ever played, even like shooters and stuff.
Yeah.
Just the feeling of intensity of running through this battlefield is, I think, incredibly well done.
Part of that is because, are you more talking about like the first part of the sequence where you're just running through and not fighting anything?
Yeah, but also the whole area in general as well.
Yeah, the area too, but I think the action in those scenes is only possible because those things aren't able to shoot at you.
Oh, they can hit you.
Well, yeah, they are.
That plane that comes down definitely killed me.
But like the soldiers and stuff that you run past and the tanks. But yeah, absolutely, all the explosions definitely happen. So
though I got hit by a few soldiers shooting as I was running past.
Yeah, I definitely got hit. I think one of the reasons it's like that, those scenes can be that affecting, is you aren't part of that combat. Yeah. It allows them to showcase it exactly as they want to showcase it. They don't have to build in the fact that you are playing inside of that showcase. But yeah, it is one of the better depictions, I think, of a battlefront.
Plus, there's squid tanks, so I mean. Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, and there's dead sea life everywhere.
All the time.
How have we not mentioned dead sea life?
I did at the very beginning, but yeah, anytime you're on the beach, the capital B beach, there is dead whales, dead sea life all around you. Anytime you kill a BT in the real world,
run out of their area.
Yeah, dead fish everywhere. There's a lot of marine life connections to the beach. That I think that's why they use the term. Yeah, as Tom alluded to, we see who might be BB's dad, but Mads Mikkelsen, the character played by Mads Mikkelsen,
who we've been seeing every time you leave the private room. You hook up to your BB unit, and you when you hook up to your BB unit, you see some scene with this with Mads Mikkelsen's character through the lens of the BB pod.
Dancing, getting drunk, all kinds of fun stuff happens.
And the first time we're kind of introduced to Mads' character in this setting, they name him the combat veteran.
But what's the name of the chapter?
Unger, episode 4, Unger. Yes, it's right here where we get a new title card.
Right. Do we want to talk a little bit about the scar
on his stomach?
Yeah.
On Norman's stomach, on Cliff's stomach, and on the little toy baby.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize it was on the toy baby.
I don't have any speculation.
I don't even know.
I have no idea what's going on with that.
Yeah, I have no clue.
I'm pretty sure it's explained, but I have no memory of that explanation.
It seems like some kind of surgery scar, perhaps.
Possibly,
but
almost like a C-section.
The way it
scar.
glows. Yes, no, that is the thing in particular. It looks like is a C-section scar.
I actually have a note on that. The doll baby. Did any of you die ever before receiving BB?
No.
I don't think
so. You know that repatriate scene you get when you're coming back into your body. You kind of go down your esophagus. You see BB.
Yeah.
Pop. Yeah. If you die before you receive BB, that toy doll is there in that cutscene and not BB.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
I haven't experienced that firsthand, but I've seen the cutscene of it happening.
Also, what's with the razor wire spiderweb that he likes to lay on?
Razor Wire Spiderweb is the name of my metal band's next album.
Okay.
I workshopped that joke when Ryan and I were playing together.
It's a good joke. So we make our way through World War I battlefield. We get to a point of trenches until we get a headache, and the combat veteran wakes up from his barbed wire spiderweb. We hunt him and his skeletal army down a series of times until we emerge victorious.
Which, by the way, killing those skeletons is super fun, especially headshots, and they just burst into flames and fall apart. It's very, very, very good.
I like it when their helmet comes off and there's just no head.
This entire part sold me even more on the game because I wasn't expecting gunplay really at all. I thought, the bullet gun, okay, that's probably as far as it's going to take it because nobody's really had ranged stuff up until this point. Right. I think the mules just had those spears. I don't even think they had the sticky guns yet. So I was like, okay, I wasn't even expecting it to turn into any sort of shooter.
See, yeah, that's funny. A lot of people did not like those segments at all.
Really?
When the game came out, I was really looking forward to getting to them because I knew they were pretty quick. Those are 10, 12-minute chapters,
Yeah. But they're really cool and different.
Fun. Yeah, they're a huge change up.
And I think that's what a lot of people that maybe haven't played, I'm not saying they will listen to us, but they should definitely just pick it up, and because it's not a game that you're gonna.
Dory's question.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a perfect time for Dory's hypothetical question.
Oh yes.
All right, y'all. Let's go over a hypothetical situation here. Let's pretend that you are talking to someone who saw the trailers in the name Hideo Kojima and got very excited about the nonsense that would occur afterwards. Then let's pretend hypothetically that the same person then heard about the gameplay loop and was left very unsatisfied. How would you sell them on this game when this hypothetical person, who is definitely not writing this message, cannot see the game as anything else besides a glorified USPS delivery game?
So I will give you my thesis statement, and then I'll expand on it once we get to chapter 6. Because this is the only thing I can say is this game has the best empowerment curve of any game I've ever played. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The ways in which it makes you feel powerful and then strips that away from you in a way and then builds it right back up with something new is absolutely incredible. I think it's the best thing that this game does.
And I'll just add to that and say that they take, I think, that sense of exploration that you get in a game like Skyrim, where you're sort of finding a path to something. In Skyrim, when you're trying to
start wandering,
up a hill,
Mm-hmm.
and you try to jump up and glitch your way up this hill. They take that kind of sense of exploration and gamify it really well.
And it's hard to listen to us talk about it and think of it as anything more than a glorified delivery simulator in a way. And that's because I don't really have anything to refute that basic broad description of it.
Yeah.
But I also don't know the ground in any other game the way I know the ground in this game. As soon as I got back to that area with the crevices, I remembered exactly where I needed to go through to get through that area as soon as I got back to this, because you spend so much time traversing those areas. I can drive this road half blind. I mean, the road in the game.
Yeah.
And I think that it delivers on that more than the only game I know as well as this one is Sekiro. And thank God for no mini maps. I mean, this was the year of falling in love with games with no mini maps for me, because Sekiro came out the same year.
I mean, simply put, it's a lot more of a video game than you think it's going to be.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And like Travis said, I can't really refute that USPS simulator piece, but at the same time, that really feels like a watered down way of talking about how this game approaches that, because in standard USPS delivery, it's very disconnected, to use terms Kojima would like talking about this game. It's very disconnected, right? It's just a person leaving a letter in your mailbox. Maybe you see your mailman occasionally, but it's not like you come up and say hi to them and chat with them every single time. It's not like you come to know them. It's not like you write them lengthy emails about how your life's going. There's this whole cast of characters that you don't have to interact with, but are there to show you that your job is so much more important and affecting than just delivering cargo to places, that you're delivering cargo to places is making their lives better, and you get to hear and see and be a piece and a part of that.
And the way that they captured that, like, legend of, or like tales of your delivery prowess are spreading, I love that. Like, it's not just the likes that you get like in UI, it's also that aspect of, oh man, Sam Porter Bridges, I've heard about you, you're the one bringing me this delivery, like that's amazing. Like,
Yeah.
I think that sense is really cool.
Yeah. Tom?
Yeah, I mean, me coming in not of playing this, I didn't even know anything really about this, so I knew that basically, yes, it was a delivery game, but even just playing it, coming from that at its core, yes, that's what you're doing, but there is so much more in it. Just even with, building your own path. Like, I honestly kind of want to play not being connected to the network and having more of a solitary experience, trying to figure out like how that would even go about. Because you'd be building everything yourself. So I can imagine that playing double the time, obviously.
Well,
just
and
creating your own
to be
path.
Extremely picky and choosy with what you make, because
Right.
if you don't have other people's zip lines or timefall shelter, those things that take up a ton of chiral bandwidth. Do you know how much chiral bandwidth the timefall shelter takes up?
No,
500.
I've never built one.
500. Zip lines only take up 300.
But by saying that, I think I would go more along your path, and then I would probably be more invested in the roads. Where, like how I said now, I just zip line because
I can't
there's a couple here and there.
building the roads without help. I cannot, because you get up there to the marsh, and some of those things caught. There's one of those roads that's 9,000 chiralium, 9,000 ceramics, and 9,000 metal.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'd be interested to do it after I beat it, to just try and see what. Like, if I did that my first playthrough, I probably would fall off, like Ryan did. Not in the same way that Ryan did, but just the fact. But yeah, just the little stuff that they keep sprinkling in as you're going farther, it becomes more video game, like Smithy was saying, as you go along. So. You definitely should give it a try, especially because you can pick it up for like
chapter 6.
$20.
Yeah, I got it for $24 on PC.
Yeah. I think I picked it up for 30 on sale on PC. So we hunt down the combat veteran until it's cutscene time. We inspect his body after he lays down and doesn't get back up again. And the combat veteran's eyes pop open, and he just on BB immediately. And he just clings to BB, and we get a cutscene with him, from BB's perspective, like we've had a bunch of times. It looks like he is trying to evacuate some kind of facility with BB. As someone off camera, we hear like a firearm shift around, and they, hey, stop moving. And then the cutscene's done, and we're back in the real world. And Sam is very confused because it felt like he was gone for a long time, and everyone's like, "You just spoke to us a moment ago, buddy." And then episode 5, Mama. We
have not touched on Mama enough. I feel like
she's been in the background doing a lot of things. She made those thematic grenades for us,
basically.
Yeah. Bridges tech.
Yes.
It gets a lot stranger.
Oh, definitely.
I absolutely love Mama.
So as we enter Mama's place, BB and our Odra deck start going off. And we see the reason Mama has the name Mama
And can't leave.
and can't leave where she is. She has a BT child still attached to her. Oh man, we get. Oh no, we don't get that right away, right? We don't get this.
No.
No.
The handcuff part? No.
Yeah.
No, not the hand, but we get the story of what happened to Mama.
Yes.
I think right off the bat
Yeah.
when we
Okay.
get to her.
Yeah. So she was giving birth when one of the bombs went off, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And got trapped underneath rubble. The baby died in the accident, but she didn't, and was saved days later, thanks to the screaming of her baby BT.
Yeah, which
Do
I guess we hear audio from BTs, like BTs make noises,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That we can hear even without the Udra deck, like
Mhm.
even with, okay. Because I was thinking about that during the scene and like how do are BBs able to, or are BTs able to make those sounds? But yeah, they are.
So after this part, running through BTs, have you guys encountered other baby BTs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make
Definitely.
sure that I wasn't going crazy.
And they are hard to spot. They can
Yes.
they can grab you because they're tiny out in the open
Mhm.
world. Have you seen larger ones?
Yes.
Me too. Only in one place, but yeah, freak me out. They can't be bola gunned. I was trying to clear a whole area just by cutting umbilical cords. I'm like, well, I can't bola gun this guy. So
Shh, don't talk about that yet.
we get it soon enough.
No. It's like a chapter-ish. Half a chapter.
So we find out that connecting the cities may be the cause of that chiral spike that caused the war vision we had. So we're getting an updated Cupid. Unfortunately, it needs some new software that we can get in Mountain Knot from Lochna, who is Mama's sister.
But we don't know that yet, right? She just says her by name. I don't think you find out it's her sister till you get there and look at her.
No, I'm pretty sure. I
'Cause
just think you don't know they're twins.
I don't think we know about the baby being actually
That-
Lochna's.
Yeah, that I don't think we know yet. But
just
I
know
swore we
the baby.
didn't know. Well, I
No.
mean, I could be missed, but
We have to go up to Mountain Knot and meet Lochna, read an email, and go back to Mama's lab before
Yeah.
we find that out.
But I still thought you didn't know that was her sister, or maybe I just didn't know until I got there.
I saw it
and
like 3 days ago. I can't remember.
Mine was
it
like a
is-
week and a half or 2 weeks ago.
it is your time, as the next thing I have written down is just zip lines.
Okay, I mean, I kind of want to wait until chapter 6 to talk about zip lines because
Okay.
that's when they really, really become extraordinarily useful.
That's fair, but this is when we gain access to them.
Yes.
Yes,
Mama
because she
gives
has
us
them.
the zip
Yeah,
line,
she
right.
has them built outside.
Yep.
Yep, to kind of show you how they work, how
Yep.
far you need in between them.
We have long journeys into the mountains now, up to the way station and the distro center up in the mountains, getting building supplies. And as we're getting the building supplies to the way station, the distro center calls for an emergency blood transfusion order. We race over for that and are informed that it was not an accident. It was a terrorist attack, and that some of these mules have signed up with the terrorists and are now shooting us as we go through mule territory
With guns?
with guns.
I'll bolo their heads. I don't care. I still carry more like a bolo gun more
Yeah.
often than I carry.
I've been
a
using
bolo.
blood bullets.
I started out obviously with the bola gun because that's like the one thing you get. I started to use the non-lethal, and then I switched back to bola when I got bola level 2 because 24 rounds in that bola gun, it's effective for BTs and for mules. Like only needing to carry one type of combat weapon on me feels good.
I think I
Just
usually
to worry
have.
about.
I usually carry one Ebola and one non-lethal rifle.
Non-lethal. Yeah.
Mm.
A riot. See, I wish there was more, or I guess we haven't gotten the riot shotgun yet. Or
No, that's a lot later.
I want to say that's after the second war scene.
Yeah, because I think you get the shotgun in that second war scene, and then when you get out of it, you go to another.
no way, because the second war scene is the the stopping points right after that.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't really use the shotgun, so
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
I got it,
before
but
that.
I didn't use it, so I don't know.
yeah. Right. So terrorist mules are now a problem. But we got more strands in the network, and now we're headed to Mountain Knot City to meet Lakna. We take a nap in our private room at the distro center first. We dream of the beach and Amelie again. But Higgs is there this time. Apparently he can invade our beach. Comes up to Amelie from behind and slowly drives a knife into her sternum, not sternum, collarbone area.
And takes the Kipu,
And takes the Kipu.
which Sam gave to her in an earlier scene.
And doesn't just take it from the beach. The next time we see her in a chiralgram, it's gone. She says Higgs found. So yeah, when we wake up, we get a chiralgram of her. She says that Higgs found her, that the city is destroyed and filled with BTs, and she doesn't have long. What was this? Oh yeah, and I have noted here when we leave our room this time is when we get the cutscene continuing off of the one where Mads is stealing BB from whatever facility he's at. He gets shot, not just freeze. I got the cutscene of him going to move forward and getting shot by that assault team that was after him for stealing the BB.
There's one more really important one of those scenes, but we'll get there.
Yeah. We got a call. Deadman has learned some more about BBs. That BBs, Bridges wasn't the first to use BBs. Terrorists were at this point. This is the story.
Yeah. So this is where I wanted to give my theory based on that question about the red BB tank. Is that maybe they're further ahead in technology, and so they've figured out how to make the BBs work even though they're in autotoxemia, because the terrorists were the ones who came up with the BBs first, right? And maybe they were like, I really don't want to deal with calming this baby down. Can we please figure out a way to make it work even when they're freaking out, or to make them not freak out? And that's why they're always in the red, because they, the terrorists don't negotiate with babies in jars.
I also wonder if they just don't have any connections to still mothers, so that if a baby goes autotoxemic,
that's how they see the BTs, because they're connected to both sides. They're connected to a
that's
still
true.
mother,
Yeah.
Who is the one who's
Can Higgs not see them just all the time anyway? Because I mean, he can summon them.
He has level 7 dooms, right? So
Yeah.
I don't even know what the purpose of his BB is, to be honest with you.
Maybe there isn't even one in there.
Or maybe it's one of those
dolls.
Yeah.
Could be.
I just want to bring up. I don't know if we've gone to this part yet, but there's a bit where you're walking along a mountainside, and rocks
We
start
haven't
falling
gotten to that part. Oh.
from above.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It does happen because it's on your way to get to Lakna, and you're going along the mountainside, and there's rocks that start falling on you.
Oh yeah, we're not there yet.
I don't remember having this happen to me.
Well, you didn't climb high enough in the mountains then.
Yeah, or we just took different ways around, because you can go through the marsh there and then kind of go up to the left or up to the right.
Yeah, because I got to this part on my way to find out, I think, or it's either at the place we were just talking about where they're telling us about the mules joining the terrorists, or it's either after that when you're leaving that. But I definitely encountered it while I was going around to the bottom of that mountain to loop around.
Yeah.
So
generally, I think that's a really cool mechanic that doesn't feel like they utilize enough.
Yeah,
not yet anyway.
But yeah, Deadman has found out that Bridges kind of stole the BB tech from the terrorists.
Yeah. So maybe there's a chance that ours wasn't a Bridges manufacturer BB, and that's why the service records are locked away. He also learned about the original BB experiments put on by the government, researching them before or around the time of the Death Stranding. Research continued until Bridget took over the presidency, when she quashed it. The government tried to hide it, and any knowledge learned of it. So my question is, if the government tried to hide it, right? If this is what we're being led to believe at this point, if the government tried to hide it, how did these separatists find any information on it? And like recreate them decades later?
Maybe they just stumbled.
Maybe they locked it
upon
after that. Maybe it wasn't as secure before then.
Could be. I mean, the government's not necessarily known for being leak proof. And so we get all this information, and now it's time to make a delivery for Mountain Knot. And this time we're delivering a bomb intentionally to stop the tar pits from swallowing the city. So we bring an antimatter bomb to Mountain Knot.
We did have to make 2 stops on the way up there to connect.
Yeah, that was for the way station and the distro center.
Yeah.
Lochna, when we get to Mountain Knot, Lochna is a little hostile towards joining the UCA.
And has the coolest vest you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, very nice outfit.
God, I want her vest. So cool. I'm a sucker for any clothes that have a giant like collar that envelops your face. Like that. Oof, sign me up. I love that thing.
So we don't get them on the network, but we make the delivery. We get a message from someone working inside Mountain Knot that like keep trying, you know, that
to go talk to Mama.
Yeah, that's right. And that they're thankful for the bomb, even if Lochna didn't express any gratitude.
And this is the bit where you have to walk a lot.
Yes, yeah, a lot through snow-covered mountains.
I mean, I was riding my trike.
No, because we still have. I didn't cross the mountains. I just drove back down.
No, I decided to.
Because I brought a trike up in the first place. So, and I had the road like up to the distribution center just about already.
Yeah,
so
I hadn't built the road.
And the marsh is like the easiest place to drive through in the whole game, I swear.
Yeah. It's pretty easy.
So yeah, I just drove.
Yeah. So we get back to Mama, and she gives us a new cufflink. Hey, with a nice knife on it, so we can cut umbilical cords.
Oof.
What does she make us do?
And she has us use it to sever her umbilical
After
cord.
she tells us the story of
the full story,
how her baby actually came to be.
That she has so she has a problem with birthing childs from one condition.
She has problems with her uterus. Lochna.
Yeah.
Oh no, she has problems with her eggs. Lochna has problems with her uterus.
Right. So they took eggs from Lochna, and
because Lochna was in love. This is important. Like the important
extremely.
context. Lochna was in love with a member of Bridges One, who died, and they had his sperm frozen. Because this is you get another email about how this is like a very asexual world. People don't have like romantic and sexual relationships, so a lot of children are born through intravenous insemination. And so Lochna like did not want to go on, and Mama made this decision basically to give Lochna something to live for, to carry a child for Lochna. And my note on this is that Mama's story of sacrifice is the story of many mothers who sacrificed what they wanted for what they thought someone else wanted. Because Mama didn't want to have kids.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments in this game where they're trying to bring you to emotional points, and I think this has been the most affecting one for me so far. Even not as a parent, like the emotion that Mama has in this scene is really impacting. To me, I cried in this cutscene watching it. So yeah, it's a powerful moment.
Yeah, because you do end up using your new cuff to sever the umbilical cord of Mama's BT baby. My question here, the question that this scene brings up, is who is the figure reaching for the baby BT?
Because you
from
see
the
that one
beach
earlier
side?
too.
You see it earlier as well, and it seems like that's because Mama talks about her child has been crying more and more, and I think they want to give you the impression that it's because this figure is reaching more and more for the infant BT.
Right.
But who is this mother figure?
So I think we come to find out after we sever this cord and bring Mama up to Lochna that Mama is already gone. Really, I have a feeling. So there's a Ka and a Ha in this game, and the Ha, if I remember right, is the physical form, and the Ka is the soul. So I think that's actually Mama's soul. I think that's Mama's Ka, even though her Ha is still stuck here in the physical realm.
But then, and I get we're skipping ahead a bit, but then it goes into Lochna when we.
I think
get
that
up
could just
there,
be like
so.
their connection through the beach, right? Like they talk about having their own beach that they both can access.
Yeah, because they both become basically one, right?
Yeah.
So speaking about her death, so to speak, in the way that it was sort of played out, to me it felt kind of out of the blue, kind of out of nowhere, because there was no. It was like a plot twist kind of thing. There was no. We didn't know that she was gonna die until like we thought we were just taking her to Mountain Knot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how was that walk for you?
Brutal.
It was fine.
I have a screenshot I uploaded of myself on reverse trike with Mama on the back, and I'm doing a wheelie on the mountain in the snow. So it was okay. It was pretty good.
I just drove up the road. It was easy peasy. Like, yeah, that's one of the things I love about this game is that they have these fucking missions that can be absolutely brutal, or if you've laid the groundwork for yourself, can be a walk in the park.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, so well, as we're leaving with Mama in tow to bring her to Mountain Knot, Higgs is there with another challenge for us. Spawns a BT right outside Mama's place.
Oh, it's the lion, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, that's what it is. Mama had no heartbeat and and her skin was cold. So she was physically bodily dead. Yeah. Okay. So okay.
Which is why she never wore both ends of her cufflinks. She never wanted anyone reading her vitals.
Yeah.
So spawns another BT. I take it out and I get some nice Kyle crystals. I assume everyone either killed it or ran away.
Yeah, I ran away on the bridge. I don't think I had anything.
We get Mama to Lochna, and they have a touching moment of reconnection. Mama begs her.
I was just gonna say this is the part where I just left her on the ground while I made my rest of my deliveries, then came back, picked her up. And funny thing is that she was still she was screaming at me to come pick her back up. So I was like, oh.
Princess Ruto and Zelda.
I ran away from the BT that Higgs sort of summoned, and then I went to South Knot City, which is just behind Mama's lab, to get a vehicle to make the journey. And as soon as I got the vehicle and drove back in that direction, I hit a BT and the thing came back. So I had to
run away again.
That's great.
Yeah, it was not a fun journey.
That's where the time crunch. That's where you were really like, man, I really shouldn't have done this to myself. I was thinking about you while I was driving up my road, James.
Poor Smithy. So Mama begs Lochna to help with the Cupid, and then she finally moves on from this world in a complete sense. But
and then Margaret Qualley does this thing.
Yeah, where she's like holding her
which
face,
is my
which is their face.
favorite image in the entire game. Honestly, I feel like the way she like crosses her and the joy that's on her face from this reunion, because like they talk about they were connected on a soul level and could communicate across any distance.
Well, that's when
It's
her eyes
weird,
change
though.
too, right? The one eye changes the color at that
Yes.
point.
It's weird though because I feel like they wanted to be sad at her death, but they didn't set it up in a way that made me sad because one, the death came kind of out of nowhere, and two, we now have this other character who's identical, who kind of replaces her.
I don't think they want you to be sad for her death. I think they want you to be relieved, like because you know, she has been suffering, like she has been dead since the building fell on her, right? Is what they're trying to express. This is just a relief from this physical vessel, basically, and a reunion, a blessed reunion of souls with with
their sister.
Yeah, because she thought she just abandoned her, right? She didn't know anything about what had happened with the child.
Okay. This is the thing I like least about this bit, is that Lochna thought that Mama stole the baby.
That's what it was, yep.
Which does not track for me based on every other thing they say about their relationship. That either of them or anybody else says about their relationship, it does not track to me that Lochna would believe that based on no evidence other than the severing of the link.
Sure.
It just doesn't it doesn't pass the sniff test for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go with this game on all kinds of rides, just not that one.
I really like this. Relieved is a good sense to, I think, have from this. I think it's an accepting moment for Mama, right? Like she's been living dead for months now, however long, years. We're not given an exact time frame.
Yeah.
So it's her coming to terms and letting go and moving on in her own sense, and it helps other people move on. But yeah, it can be a mixed emotion bag scene for sure, and it does come on a little quick. So Lochna explains her spirit passed when the accident happened, but her body remained bound by the baby. Lochna says she knew that Mama knew that had happened, which is why her cuffs were never on all the way. So it's not like it was a surprise to her, but she was holding on regardless. But the Cupid is now fixed, all set up, new software, new hardware, and another strand connected. And now Lochna and Mama are one again, as we alluded to earlier. Die Hardman tells Sam what we already knew. We went to World War I. That's one of the things I actually like a lot about these cutscenes, is they're so far removed from our history that Sam doesn't know what battlefield he's on, but I got dropped in those trenches and I'm like, oh, World War I. Like immediately I saw the tank designs, I saw the trenches. I was like, this is World War I off the rip. So the fact that he's like, I don't know, I was in some battlefield. I think it's cool because in a lot of times this game drops us into scenarios where we as the player don't know anything and the characters know what's going on. I like that reversal of like, oh, I know what's happening here, and the character's like, what the fuck is happening?
Sure.
Yeah, I like that. That's a nice read.
And begins to speculate on the causes of it, of what happened, why we got sent back in time. He says Heartman might be able to help, but he's still outside the network. We take a rest in our room, and when we wake up, BB is gone. Sam exclaims, Lou, and episode 6, Dead Man. Dead Man pops in with BB, explains that Fragile warped him here, and Lou has a serious problem. So BBs need to stay balanced between the worlds of the living and dead to work properly. And Lou is growing an affinity for Sam and beginning to shift where his balance is because of that. So Deadman says Lou needs to be reset. Sam isn't happy with that, as it will likely erase Lou's memories. In a struggle over the pod, Deadman falls and gets peed on. Haha. He takes off his cufflink and ours and goes for a shower, but wants us to join him.
Yeah, that's great.
How long did it take you guys to get in that shower?
A while. It took a little while.
First time around, it took a little while. This time, because I knew.
Oh.
This cutscene is basically the last thing I played my first time around.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't want to get in that shower.
No.
Dead man creeps me out.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to make you do. I mean,
Yeah.
Before
He
you
has
know
good
what
reason.
it is, yes.
Yeah, he has good reason, though. So once we do join him, he ushers us in and gets close and says, "Look, no one can spy on us in here. We've removed our cufflinks, and there's no cameras or microphones in the shower, and we've got the shower running, so it'll be hard to hear us."
Which is still creepy.
Yeah, yeah. He's like leaning into.
He's like, yeah. He's just like backing away. He's like, no more room to back away. He's like, just look at that ride promo on the outside there, real quick.
He's worried about Die Hardman hearing about this, so he's been
worried about Die Hardman never having seen Ride with Norman Reedus.
Mhm.
That's right. So he's been researching more and more into the first BB experiments. Officially, they were canceled after the void out that was caused by one of the experiments, but they were continued in secret by President Strand. Deadman's worried about Die Hardman learning about him researching into this. This is a weird scene, but the government never actually stopped researching BBs, off the record. So I guess that does leave, earlier I said, well, how did the Separatists get their hands on this information if it was locked away, guard and key? It wasn't actually locked away, and thrown away the key. They were still doing research on this, so they likely broke into some facility and stole ongoing research. But now it's time to work without our boy Lou. And the plan is to... I feel like I'm forgetting something. Is this where...
we have to do a bunch of chiral things to get Lou back.
Is this where we first start to learn about Sam's family? Is the mention made of that here?
No,
that
that's
a little
7.
bit later in this chapter.
I think that's 7, yeah.
Chapter.
I mean, that's when I have something
Hartman.
written down.
That's with Hartman.
That's with Hartman? Okay.
Hartman.
I thought
no.
Deadman brings it up a little bit.
Deadman brings it up when you get Lou back.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's at the end of this chapter. Okay. All right, yeah, so now we've got to work without our BB. I think this is one of the other big things where I was like, I don't really want to deal with BTs without our BB, because my first run through, I was not going with the strategy where I am now of just, okay, set cargo down, let's go fuck this thing
And
up.
here come the zip lines.
Yeah. So, having done this, so you get what, 2 preppers to go to right
It's like
away?
2 or
3.
3, I think.
3, the roboticist, the doctor.
Mountaineer,
I think it's just
right?
the roboticist and the doctor.
Yeah, I think it's
then you
2
get
and then the Mountaineer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you want to go to the roboticist first because the roboticist gives you an all-terrain skeleton, which really helps in the snow. But so having done this before, I knew to always place a zip line like as close to the chiral network edge as possible, but still in view of a very high point on the way to the place that I was going, and then place one more at the place I was going as soon as I connected it to the network. And thus, like, I have only walked to each place one time. And there were a couple of really good zip lines set up in places that I was able to utilize. There was one extremely trolly zip line. So, on the way to the Mountaineer, you have to go through that BT area with all those, like, crosses, like cross beams.
Yep.
So there was one that you could see from down there that was on the way to the Mountaineer. You're like, oh my God, if I could just get a zip line placed appropriately here, I can skip having to go through this BT area and all of that. I walked around for half an hour and there was literally not a single spot without like an obstruction in the way. it did not matter where I went. I was so furious, but also laughing like really hard because like that's somebody who's played this game, like
Yeah.
knows like how enticing that zip line is, how much time people might spend trying to
Connect anything to it.
To make that work.
Yeah.
So that's all part of the plan here. We need to physically distance ourselves from BB and make the chiral connection stronger for a stronger connection to the Still Mother for a better reset, and an operation for Deadman to perform to kind of sever the connection BB has with Sam as we connect the Doctor, the Roboticist, and the Mountaineer on the network. I think the Mountaineer is the only one that's an actual pain, in my opinion, for connecting, even without using zip lines.
I found a motorcycle up there.
What?
I found a motorcycle up there. I think you were with me. I think I was like, oh my God, there's a fucking motorcycle up here. Are you kidding me? Like, I smashed the like button on that thing because, like, props to you because, like, you could do it, but I can't imagine how long and how frustrating it would be.
Yeah, that's insane. We get back down to, I think, Mountain Knot, and we have a delivery for the photographer.
Who is the person who gives us the riot shotgun, by the way?
Okay. All right. So it's pretty close. It's pretty close to that second military adventure that we're coming up on here.
Yeah.
When we get them on the network, Heartman says some of the photos that we got from a camera that we had rescued for them from a mule territory suggest a Death Stranding event in the time of the Neanderthals, which is interesting.
It is. It's very interesting.
Extremely. I don't know what to make of it, but it's interesting. Deadman then pops up and says, one more link, and we should be able to get BB back. We head up to the Mountaineer, and he's got a batch of hand-shaped rock fossils or rocks for the friend of his who's a spiritualist. This is one of the times we have to go through the whiteout, and about halfway through the whiteout, we get an email saying, hey, be careful of the whiteout.
Yeah.
And you could note that as well. Watch out for the whiteout as you're in the middle of the whiteout.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
One thing that is a lot of fun, though, is ziplining through the whiteout.
Through the whiteout, yeah. Oh, my favorite thing about ziplining through that BT area with all the girders is you always come across a BT. Like, you always get, like, the scare sound.
Yep.
Like, I love that.
Yes, we get the spiritualist on the network and go to meet Deadman, who says BB's ready, but not at the Mountain Knot. He was performing the surgery at a cabin nearby, and there's a growing supercell, so he can't really leave the cabin right now. So we got to meet him there.
Super cool visual too, while you're going up there.
Yeah. Before we move on, so I'll talk because this is like the zip lines improve the experience of the mountain area like tenfold. This is the most exemplary area of what I'm talking about of the empowerment curve, because like spoiler alert, there's only a couple more gadgets that we get after this chapter. There's really not that much more. We're pretty much built all the way up. And by the time you get to Mountain Knot, you feel fucking unstoppable. Like any delivery that comes your way, there's like, I can do it easy. There's no problem. Like whether you've got roads going or you've got zip lines, you're good at driving through, or you've got your own footpaths laid down, or any of that, you feel really, really like anything that comes my way. And then the game puts this snow on you, like, and it makes you walk through hip deep snow. Like you can get into snow deep enough that it refills your canteen, which is like such an amazing mechanic.
Yeah.
But it almost immediately starts giving you the tools to mitigate the mountains from you. It gives you the all-terrain skeleton right away. You have the zip lines, and if you know how to work the system, you can zip all across that area without ever having to touch the ground, like right away. And I've never played a game that I like feeling powerful. Like in the end of a game, like I have a bad habit of looking up what's the strongest early thing that I can get that will make me power through things. And this game gives me that feeling over and over and over again. But but it doesn't take away any of your tools.
Mhm.
It takes away those tools like usefulness, and then gives you new things to play with, while still sending you back to those old areas where your old tools are good, but your new tools are also pretty cool and fun. And I think that's what this game really, really, really delivers on, in a cool way that I don't think you can get from any other game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my big diatribe on why I this game really clicks with me.
Yeah, you get the power gloves from the Mountaineer, right? The climbing one? Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, you get all the stuff you need pretty much right there. As
Mhm.
you need to get up to the Spiritualist, you can have a good set of tools to get up there to not screw you as bad.
And there's a large variety of tools to tackle the job in the way that feels satisfying to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you really feel like even with all the help from other people, I still feel like I charted my own path. This is my zip line that I took the time to climb out on the tip of a mountain to put, knowing that I would never have to come out here ever again. And that was worth my time more than a lot of stuff that you spend time getting in a game and then end up discarding however many levels later.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. All right. So we head to meet Deadman and get BB back. As we approach the house, there was a private room just outside the area for me, so I was able to get a rest in a private room right before I went to go see Deadman here, which was very nice. Start off fresh.
A twister.
Deadman comes out like, Sam, stay away, but the storm sucks him up and BB and us. And we wake up watching a scene through Deadman's eyes, not actually through Sam's eyes right away, in World War II.
Which is like, that's like the second trailer, right? Is this whole intro scene with Guillermo del Toro walking around? I'm pretty sure that's like...
Yeah, I was talking about that one.
Which gives you like no context whatsoever when you see this trailer.
Yeah.
Originally, it's like, what? But yeah, that whole scene is literally just a trailer, I think, from one of the E3s, maybe.
That was the problem with the marketing of this game, if there was one, was that they took so long to actually tell you what you were going to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So now we're in World War II, and now it's episode 7, Clifford, which we finally have a first name for Mads' character. Mads Mikkelsen's
Clifford
character.
Unger.
Clifford Unger.
Well, we knew his first name from the trailers.
Oh, I didn't watch a lot of the trailers.
Ah.
Yeah, I do that with a lot of games. I usually will watch a little bit of gameplay and be like, interesting enough, I don't want to see anything else.
Understandable. But yeah, in one of the trailers, they had a bit where they just went through all the characters and had their names on screen.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Cliff, Mads Mikkelsen.
Mm.
There we go. Yeah, so we wake up as Sam on the battlefield. Deadman calls us. We reconvene with him to get our BB back, and then we're on the hunt again for Cliff. After a successful any highlights in this for y'all?
I mean, the tank absolutely covered in dead sea animals.
Yeah.
Any significance to the name Cliff? Is it perhaps because you scale cliffs in this game?
Smithy, what's like your deal?
Hey man, don't blame me. Blame Kojima.
You will be ashamed of your words and deeds, James Smith.
I feel the fighting in this area was a lot simpler than the first area.
Yeah,
maybe that's because
definitely.
it came on more of a surprise for me, at least in the first area. But it seemed like it was easier to just walk through and find him in this one and just take him out. You didn't go through as many trenches.
I mean, going up on that second level of that
the bell tower
building, was just like easy mode.
Mm-hmm.
Following up on my comment from the last Warzone thing with the baby doll, in this one, I don't know if it happens in the first one, I didn't notice, but in this one, when the doll opens its eyes, Cliff wakes up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that signifies that they're connected in some way.
Yeah, I think that ties into the whole repatriate. God damn, they pronounce it weird. the scene where if you die without your BB or before you ever receive BB, you get the doll, and then if you die after BB, you have BB. So there's got to be some kind of Cliff and BB obviously have a connection. There's some form of connection between the baby doll and BB. So I'm not surprised that there's some connection as well between the doll and Cliff.
What about Cliff and you?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised there either, being as we both seem to be males with C-section scars.
Yeah, okay. I want to know what you guys think.
I think that I thought
I don't
Tom
want to know what you think, Smith. You finished the game. This is something that's probably hard to forget. Like, I definitely remember what's going on here. So, yeah, Tom and Ryan. Don't know.
understandable.
About the connection here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, because we have a question about that from Chris, loosely tied in. Those who are playing for the first time, what do you make of the Mads Mikkelsen sequences you've seen so far?
Well, I think.
So my very first thoughts early on, before any of the war scenes, was that Mads was the doctor that created that BB pod from the scenes we were getting, and that was his connection. After the military scenes, after finding out that Cliff was a U.S. Armed Forces Special Service person, I guess I went more to the thought that he was either related to or married to the still mother of BB. And so that's where his connection to BB comes. He's some either uncle or father to BB. Tom?
The whole thing that I'm wondering about is just because of those scars that they had, because you see that Sam has it first, and then when you see when you first go into that war zone, that's when you see Mads's or Clifford's.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see this being something like supremely stupid, like Cliff is BB now, and you're like, I don't know, some weird, like, just because everything is so wild with Kojima, it could go.
I wouldn't put anything past Kojima.
I don't know. Like, I don't really know where this is going, but there's got to be some connection there, just because of that.
For sure.
Or it's like a weird cycle that's going over and over again, or something just really strange, especially with what just happened with Mama and her sister. What do they call themselves now? It's something else too, isn't it?
Maligna
Yeah.
and Lochna.
So,
well, those were their actual.
Oh, okay. We just called her Mama. Yeah. So, but like how they joined as one. Like, I'm wondering if there's something weird going on with that with Clifford and Sam as well. But yeah, I don't have like a end game point that I can picture in my mind.
All of the things I think about that really don't even feel like theories. They feel like hypotheses. Like, there's still, I don't have anything concrete enough to feel comfortable. Even my like parental or familial connection to BB from Mads is like, it still feels wrong. Like, I don't have any confidence when I say that. That just feels like the most right thing I do think about it.
Well, and I'm trying to think of, like, in those flashbacks too, like he does say that that's his wife on the table, right?
He acts like it. I don't know if he ever outright says it, but like, he brings gifts.
Yeah.
Like,
when does the last BB Cliff scene happen that we're going to talk about tonight? Because we need to talk about that one.
Like you're talking like loading screen one, or you're talking like at the end of this?
Is it at the very end of this?
I feel there's one because after this one, I was able to start skipping them because they started like repeating like the elevator ones.
Well, so there's one where there's a character you haven't seen in any of the scenes before. Okay, where does that one happen? Because we have to talk about that one.
I think it's at the end of this combat.
Yeah,
that's okay. That's what I thought too.
Where another person
that I clearly saw as Die Hard Man.
Enters the
Okay.
chat room.
It is Die Hard Man before he put on the mask.
Because I mean, as soon as you walk in, I'm like, oh, that's fucking Die Hard Man without a
and
mask
then he
on.
gives a line, and it's like
Shit.
it's 100% Die Hard. Did you not realize, Ryan?
No, I didn't make that connection.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that one I grabbed right away because I'm like, oh, I don't know why, but it just, dude, that's totally Die Hard Man.
He referred to him as John. Cliff referred to Die Hardman as John.
All right, so Smithy, how did John and Clifford go together?
I have no idea.
You put them together and you get Jif peanut butter.
Yes, that's what this whole
That's
thing
our
has been about.
distillery.
It's
Peanut
the
butter
new
for Hartman.
It's the new Jif peanut butter that's coming out that will be black and
No
like,
more
oily.
hematic grenades. Oh yeah, that's what the forbidden snack is. Fucking black peanut butter.
There we go. It all comes full circle.
And it's the natural
Eat-
stuff, so it's got the oil on top that you have to
I
mix
like
together.
to call it BT nut butter.
It's bee nut butter, clearly.
Yeah,
But the B and the T are capitalized, not the.
peanut butter
Yes.
and bam.
So we hunt down Cliff successfully. Have another scene about him like Yeah, this is it. After we take him down, we go inspect the body again. He wakes up. He like glues himself to BB again. Tries to rip it off our chest. This is where we get
And
the
then
cutscene
hugs
with
you.
Yeah, he hugs
Gives
you.
you a really big hug.
really big,
Which
hug.
is why I think there's still something with Sam and Cliffy. I think Ryan just shit his pants over there. I'm not entirely sure.
I just had a thought. I don't know how right it might be, but I just had a thought that being that was Die Hard Man, oh man, how possible is it that the woman in the bed is Sam's wife and Lou is actually Lou?
I don't know. It's very possible. I mean,
I like that theory more than the Sam and BB are actually the same person theory that was going around a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. That just popped into my head, so I haven't had time to think about any details on that. Oh wow. Yeah, so we wake back up in our private room. Weird BB dream where we wake up in our private room and we go to check on our BB, and it is not.
Fuck that shit. I hated that.
That can actually, dude, like weird stuff can happen with your BB if you check on your pod often enough.
I was gonna say, have you ever checked on the pod in the private room, James, first or second playthrough?
I have. Nothing happened though. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm familiar with the Easter egg or
Okay.
whatever it is. It's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Is it?
There's a couple.
I guess it could
Yeah,
be.
I think there's one where it can be Die Hard or Deadman's face,
Oh.
and
I
there's
didn't
one
see
where
that.
it busts out of the pod.
I've seen that one in my first playthrough,
Yeah.
not this one. Yeah. Where like headbutts its way through the pod. That freaked me out. And this scene freaked me out where you go up to the pod and it's got the tar handprints all over it, and it's the doll inside, not actually BB, and then you wake up and it actually is BB. And Dead Man comes in the room and reveals some stuff about him, and we learn some stuff about Sam as well. So
And
Dead
that is
Man.
when we see the photo.
Oh, I should have put it together then. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you're right. He brings it back out in that moment.
Yep. It's only
yes.
for like a split second though, so I can understand missing it.
Yeah. There's just so much to take in this scene. Dead Man's not actually a born
So you
person.
watched it twice.
I watched it twice and still. As I watched Jay go through it, Travis after.
well, I think
after
this is
did
the first
Versal.
time I actually noticed the scar going across the top of his head.
On Dead Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So Dead Man has stated before that he is 70% cadaver parts. Turns out he was not conceived in the traditional fashion. He was grown from stem cells. And never had
No
a ka. Yeah, he is all ha. And
Someone
a
say a
literal-
double ha.
Someone get Tom off this pocket.
We're at a cool 4 hours and 10 minutes right now. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dead Man wasn't born, and a literal dead man, he says. And we learn about Sam's wife or partner and their child that they were going to name Lou, and an explosion, and only one person making it out of that explosion, that person being a repatriate. Not like there's a whole bunch of those running around, so who could that be?
And that explosion might have been his wife.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of dark things happening to the main characters we interact with.
Was it his wife, or did she miscarry and it was the baby dying, and that was what called it? I thought it was the baby. I thought it was Lou. It was supposed to be Lou.
Yeah.
That died inside, so miscarried, and that caused the event.
Yeah. Terribly sad, whatever way you slice it. And we also learn that Clifford Unger was U.S. Army Special Forces.
Because you bring his dog tags back from the combat zone. Dead man said he had to like pry it out of your hand, basically.
It's like Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one,
So
where she
it's
brings Freddy's hat out from her dream.
There you go. Reminiscent of Higgs taking the Kipu from Amelie.
Yes. Yeah, so that, I mean, well, there is definitely some physical connection between the beaches. So what the biggest theory that we've been given in game for these the World War I and the World War II things is that those are beaches where soldiers go. They don't get a beach like most of us do. They
Soldiers who can't let go.
Right. So we're visiting a soldier's beach when we're on these places. So there's definitely some form of connection between the beaches and the real world, being that some things can pass from beaches to real world no problem. The beach things, BTs, show up in our world, of course. But after we get a lot of exposition here about Deadman and Sam and Clifford, it is time to bring Mama's corpse to Heartman, because Mama's corpse is not going necro.
Which is strange.
Which is weird.
Is it though? Because her corpse has technically been dead.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean,
her body has been.
It's still strange.
It's strange, but not in the realm of Kojima strange.
Is it because her ha is still alive?
Yeah.
Her ka is still alive.
Yeah. So we pack up and make for the large heart-shaped lake in the mountains.
Just to explain that a little bit more, the Mama's ka still being alive. Mama literally still talks to you over your cufflinks sometimes, just through Lochna's body, and like you can actually tell the difference in voice.
I thought it was didn't Lochna sort of explain at when, because there's that bit obviously I think that you're talking about where Sam thinks that it's Mama that he's talking to, but then Lochna sort of explains that no, it's not.
I think it's the other way. He thought he was talking to Lochna, but she's saying stuff that Mama only knew, not Lochna did it.
Sam says, "Mama, is that you?"
Yeah.
And then she's like, "You got me," and then she's like, "Oh no, wait, actually, it is me, but I'm just sort of communicating with Mama at the same time."
Yeah, through their
so still, I mean, if Mama's telling her what to say, she's still kind of that. I mean, I really feel like you can tell a difference in the voice depending on which one of the characters delivering it. Like that, I really think the heterochromia happening is really supposed to say to you these two people are in this one body now together.
Yeah, I really get a me is we sense after the reconnection of the sisters.
It's like Legion, except smaller.
Yeah, a legion of two. Yeah, so we
also this trek here to this freaking heart-shaped thing took me a lot longer than it should have, because I was trying to do some weird crazy shit climbing up the side of this mountain.
Yeah, it's tough to find a path.
I had to zip line most of the way already.
I got there pretty easy with those all-terrain legs on.
I was like literally scaling like up, like climbing ropes and stuff.
All right, so this cutscene where we meet Heartman for the first time is pretty much it for our stopping point for this episode. So let's just. I know Jay has a part he wants to talk about specifically. So we get to Hartman's lab, and then we activate the delivery terminal and are told to bring the body inside. As we enter the door, a little timer appears in the bottom left corner of the screen that says "Time until resurrection," and it's a minute and change as we walk in the room.
Mm-hmm.
We see a very nice room with Hartman laying on a bed, unmoving.
And some really cool straps holding a device to his chest.
An AED.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Which,
before that, even don't you enter and there's the sculpture of the frickin'
BT.
BT.
Yeah, you, like fucking
Yes.
freak out. Yeah.
At first, I thought that was a frozen BT.
That's what I thought too.
And I was like, well, why the hell am I wasting my blood on these guys?
Just freeze them.
Just freeze them.
Yeah, I have a note here that just says all the straps. I love them. Specifically Mama's and Hartman's in particular. I really like Mama's strap setup that holds the Odra deck onto her.
Did any of you all know what an AED was before you met Hartman? Because I did, so I had a little clue as to what.
Yeah, I got them. I have to put them up all over the hotel for
workplace
first
safety,
responders. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't, but I already knew what his gimmick was from the trailers.
That's fair.
Damn these trailers!
Spoiling things for yourself.
I didn't even watch the launch trailer, which was the spoilery one.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one either.
So we wait around for another minute, and the AED does its job and shocks.
Now, do we actually wait around at this time, or is it all cutscene that he's looking around?
I think this one's cutscene. The next one you can just peer around the room.
It's through cutscene, but it is still a full minute and change.
Yeah,
they don't speed it up in any way.
Are the 20-minute ones? They're not full 20 minutes, are they?
No,
it's 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's only 3 minutes.
But when he's up though, is that a full 20?
No,
it
it's
felt like it.
Not. No, it's not, because he gets towards the end and it's like 6, 5, and it's definitely not that much time.
Well, it felt long because a lot of these cutscenes seem like it's just like, all right, I'm just gonna lay down
Kojima
and just watch.
I mean, that's a Kojima game. Don't go play Metal Gear Solid 4 if you have a problem with it.
Yeah. So yeah, and Hartman comes back to and tells us about his story. He has a heart-shaped heart, which is not good for medical reasons. He was in a hospital when the Death Stranding happened. Power cut out. He died. He watched his wife and child enter the water from the beach,
along with thousands of other people.
Yeah, tons of other people. And as he was chasing them down, backup power to the hospital he was in kicked on, and automatic defibrillator brought him back. It was exactly 21 minutes after he went under, and now he lives in a constant cycle of 21 minutes awake, 3 minutes on the beach trying to find his family.
But the time on the beach feels much longer.
Yeah, 3 minutes in our world longer because time's weird in the seam and on the beach.
Again, we're just going back to like quantum realm here for Marvel, and we need Paul Rudd in this game.
And he's searched like 300,000 something.
There's a shit ton of times.
218,500 some odd times when we walk in the room, if I remember correctly.
All right, so here's the question I have: how is Hartman? He says everyone moves on from their beach. So how is Hartman supposed to know when he's found his wife or daughter's beach? Because his whole goal is to move on with them, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But they moved on separately from their own beaches.
But at the same time, in that cutscene, there's hundreds of people on the same beach, right?
But is that the seam?
Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Only one person knows.
Hartman.
Kojima, but yes.
Yeah, Kojima.
Also, the greatest thing about Hartman is that he gives you thumbs up, which also give you likes.
20 likes.
Yeah.
And he has the coolest floor in the game.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
There's one point he takes 20 likes away from you and then gives 20 back too at the end of the cutscene for me.
Mm-hmm.
So as he's going on, giving you this first part of the spiel about himself, and what Sam's going to need to do further on. He approaches one of those 21-minute times, and we have a literal 3-minute wait, a real-time 3-minute wait. Nothing happening, just us waiting for Heartman to be resurrected.
I mean, you can look at all the
There's a bunch
stuff around his room.
That you can
Yeah.
zoom in on and get likes from.
Yep.
I didn't, because I went to pick up my phone and do gamer things.
Oh, all those likes
on
you
the
missed.
loading screen.
Speaking of zooming in, sorry, in the private room, just to go on a quick tangent, in the private room, did anyone zoom in on Norman's crotch?
No.
I didn't, but I know where you're getting at because I've seen the. He gets a little upset and will punch the camera. He'll also punch the camera if you don't let him go to the bathroom regularly enough.
Oh. I didn't see him punch the camera, but he flipped me the bird.
Oh, interesting. I know if you spend enough time in the mountains, he'll actually get frostbitten toes. His toes will turn black.
Oh.
Cool. I
I'm
think I'm gonna go stand in the snow for a while.
I like the thread lines that the game follows through with consistency on that, like the injured foot from earlier. How his foot was still injured. Like that's good attention to detail.
Mm-hmm.
What is everyone's thoughts on the 3-minute cutscene pause?
I thought it was right.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I'm okay
I think
with
it's
it.
also, if you have played a Kojima game before, it was completely normal thing.
I was gonna say it actually kind of felt like Kojima restraining himself a little bit. Only 3 minutes, not. Like
See, 3 minutes. I feel like any longer, any like for some reason 3 minutes seemed just right.
Yeah, I think it's important for the perspective, right? Because we can say 21 minutes and 3 minutes all we want, but we all lead busy lives, and since we don't go through this cycle, that it doesn't necessarily click with us. So forcing us to sit there for those 3 minutes and really realize exactly how long that is puts a good perspective on what Heartman goes through 60 times a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then he wakes up and gives us an ad for the movie 20 Minutes of Love.
Yes. Yes, he talks about all the different forms of media that he has that are fit into a 20-minute time span. Do they just not have a pause button in the future? Is there no way to pause a movie?
Hey, media is meant to be consumed in one sitting or not at all, Ryan.
Exactly.
Why are you still playing Death Stranding?
Yeah, so he comes back to after 3 minutes, and now begins to talk about furthering our journey westward. There's a great tar belt that we're going to have to crass. We're gonna have to.
Let's crass it. We can go crass it there.
Whew, I am
Woo-hoo-hoo.
getting there. We have to cross a tar belt. And there are some research scientists we're going to need to connect to the south. But since we haven't done any of that, we're at our stopping point. That's it.
You missed 420, though.
Yeah, you forgot to mention the bit where Sam spins the record on his way out.
Yep.
Yes, that's the negative 20.
Yeah, that's where you get the negative, yeah.
That's right. We still have some other questions from Chris and Rob. Chris, we kind of answered this. How do you guys feel about BTs? The recent? Oh no, we talked about that one exactly.
Mm-hmm.
What is your favorite road, zipline, etc. that you have made? I know exactly mine is as you are coming down the road to the engineer. There is a spot in my first playthrough that is a bridge. It's basically turn left, hit this bridge, and you're straight at the engineer's place. That bridge was not there when I connected the chiral network this time, so I built it. I made it level 3, and it's my favorite thing. It hasn't gotten a single fucking like.
That's where you know where to turn off for the engineer.
Right.
Mine is, my zip line from Mountain Knot that can take me to the Roboticist, the Mountaineer, the Spiritualist, or Hartman, just from that one zip line.
I don't know. I placed a ladder somewhere.
Fair enough.
Let's see. What knot is by Mama's Lab?
South.
Okay, so from South Knot, I have zip lines that go all the way to the junk dealer, to the Chiral, that whole area, all the way back to that distro, and that distro all the way back.
Have you gone to the film director yet?
Yes. So that
Have you
whole
delivered his defective chiral printer cartridges to fucking Lake Knot? Is like 1,000 kilograms.
could have been not on a zip line.
No.
But I do have like zip lines, like that whole area, because that was the last area I was working on. I have that whole area going all the way up to wherever you spawned in, zip lined, so I can go through all of those and just back and forth getting those.
I really need to know how you do that one premium delivery from the doctor of like 700 some odd kilograms.
You gonna look
like
up a
under
video?
under 4 minutes. I just like how.
With the Cyberpunk bike.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. Chris has one more question for us. Playing so far after release, have you still come across a lot of stuff that other people have made, or is it pretty barren? And
there's tons of crap everywhere.
Yeah, a shitload more, which we touched on, and like Travis said, one of the biggest differences is the number of footpaths on the ground,
which I would have no idea about anyway. So I guess that's why another one of the reasons why I said maybe I would go back after I beat it and play not connected to see if there's like big differences in these footpaths.
Right. James, Travis, any other thoughts on that?
Nope.
No, you pretty much summed up.
Rob has a few more. How much were you enjoying? How much were you fighting with the game to enjoy it? Was it pretty easy to get on board, or was there a metaphorical hill to climb to find enjoyment from climbing literal hills?
On the second playthrough, the first two chapters are a little slower than they were the first time around. But yeah, after that, easy going.
Yeah, I was worried before firing this game up that I would have a tough time finding the motivation to actually play through it. And then I found that I was having a tough time finding the motivation to put it down. So, yeah.
Tom?
I think the biggest part is, even for me as the first time playing, it's those first two chapters. It's a lot of just sitting. Not a lot. So
proper nouns.
If you can't make it through that, you're gonna fall off super easy. And I can see how people would be like, "Are you kidding me? Like, what is going on here?" And I can see that happening. But if you hit over that hump, like I didn't have any problem getting into it, but I can understand like that. Those first two chapters is a lot before it actually lets you do anything.
Yeah.
And if you can't vibe with the whole idea of the making deliveries, then I don't know. Then that's fine. Like,
yeah,
it really is RPG side quest the game in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
I had zero problems onboarding. I knew about that slow start, so my strat through chapters 1 and 2 was to beeline it to chapter 3, get those power legs, and start getting the tools that make the game a little bit easier. But I've talked about it with a few people. This gameplay loop is like designed for me. I have close to like 200 hours playing SnowRunner, and that game is just the delivery part of this game. There is actually no combat in that game. It's just driving trucks through the mud, delivering cargo, and I have like 200 hours into that. So this is bread and butter gameplay for me. This is stuff that I thoroughly, actively enjoy. But I can definitely, and I freely admit that I think SnowRunner is a very niche game, and as like well fleshed out as this game is, I still think it's kind of niche because of that gameplay loop. So I totally get people not enjoying it, bouncing off of it, what have you. Also from Rob, how often do you engage in combat? Do you seek it out, actively avoid it? I mentioned multiple times throughout this recording that I throw myself at the enemies
Yeah, I whip the mules and the terrorists all the time. BTs, I really, unless I need chiralium, I'm not. I don't engage with them. I don't need to anymore.
Sneak and run, baby, sneak and run, all the time.
Yeah, I mean, even if if I'm doing a certain area and I take those mules down, they're pretty much down until I'm done with that area anyway. So, I mean, I don't seek it out, but I mean, if they're there or I need like to hit up one of their storage lockers to look for materials or something, I'll seek it out. But I'm not like running around like I'm gonna take all these guys down. Now I'm gonna go over to this mule camp, take all these guys down. But definitely, if I don't have to fuck with the BTs, I'd rather not.
Fair enough. All right, one more question from Rob. Did the game itself inspire you to take more photos? And still no for me. I am not a photo mode gamer for the most part.
I've opened photo mode one time.
It was an accident for me.
How could it be an accident? You have a 65% keyboard.
If I was on PC, I never would have made it to the finishing point in time.
Yeah, James, I'm really surprised you didn't pick this up on PC. To be honest with you.
In hindsight, I probably should have. But yeah, on console, you cannot move the camera more than like a meter away from Sam, and it is a nightmare. And the camera pretty much always has to be pointing towards him. They don't let you point the camera away from him. So it's very difficult. The only shots that I really managed, I only took like 5 shots, and they were all kind of generic looking landscape shots. And they were okay, but it's not the best. Like, the game has some nice landscapes, but it can be tricky.
And I know that's a big deal for you, James. You're a big photo mode proponent in video games, so having one that does it, is that a problem for you, or is it just something you're not going to engage with as much?
Well, since I'm playing the game for this podcast, it's not a big issue for me. I do find myself buying more games because I would like to take photos of them. So in general, that's a bigger thing for me. But in this case, it's not too big a deal. It's a shame, and I kind of wish I'd got it on PC for that reason. But also that would that would make it so they would take me twice as long probably to get through the game.
Fair. Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I've taken maybe half dozen shots, but it's definitely not like Ghost of Tsushima for me. Like I probably have 120 some pictures easy from when we did the Ghost Dive, and yeah, I got probably about 6. It's just, I think it is a big thing where you can't pull that far away from Sam, and you can just make him disappear. And there's nothing really exciting that you can manipulate it. I don't know.
And you can only move the camera like a meter above him as well.
Yeah, you can't. He's pretty much got to be there, or you just make him disappear. In which case, it's like you can still only move it so far.
You can't really get any elevation.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, photo mode in this isn't really doing anything. It just, although I did take a picture the other day for some fucking reason, got 300 likes on Twitter. I have no fucking idea. It was just him on a zip line.
It's because you got quote tweeted by the Kojima Productions USA account.
I didn't even look at who even did anything.
Yeah, absolutely you did.
That'll do it.
That is what happened.
Sweet.
All right.
I'm fucking popular.
That's where you were supposed to advertise the Spelunkers.
That's
except that I don't have Spelunkers Twitter on my PlayStation 5. I have mine.
No, I mean, once the tweet started blowing up.
Yeah. Well, that's all the questions we have. That's all we have to talk about. Travis and James, since you've beaten this game before, we don't want you doing any speculating.
I think that I'm going to like playing the rest of this game as I head to Hartman's lab right now.
I'm about to head to bed. It's nearly 1 a.m. James, you poor man. Tom, what do you think's going to happen in the last chunk of this game?
a bunch of weird shit involving some black tar and stuff that I don't know about.
Correct.
Delicious peanut butter.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that peanut butter. What was it? Is that what it was?
Peanut BTR.
Okay. Here's
that.
an actually serious, not so broad question for you, Tom. Do you think there's another military moment on a beach?
I hope so.
What war do you hope it is? Since we've had World War I, World War II.
I mean, I would assume. Well, because he's had more modern gear, like on the World War II one. It seemed more
Right.
Gulf War.
Yeah. Well, they said he was in like Iraq, Afghanistan, if I
Right.
remember correctly.
So I'm
the
assuming
Gulf
it's
War.
going to be something around a Middle Eastern war.
Okay.
If it happens.
Yeah, I could see them fitting one more in, but I don't know. I haven't looked at any of the names on the chapter list. I have no idea what's coming up next, other than that.
I mean, I did, and I don't even remember what they said. So,
all I know is we have to connect some scientists and cross the tar belt. Thanks everyone for your questions. Thanks everyone for listening. We will be back in 2 weeks with the last chunk of Death Stranding. That is June 10th.
Probably won't be 4.5 hours.
probably
that
not.
one probably won't be. Much to James' excitement.
We've covered most of the mechanics at this point.
Yeah. That's going to be a lot of talk about story and speculation and theories about broader things that, strands that were left unanswered.
Ooh, got him.
But next week, if you are interested in Resident Evil 8, the other half of the Spelunkers will be back to record their thoughts on the second half of that game. If you have any thoughts or comments or questions, be sure to leave them in our Discord or send them into spelunkerspodcast@gmail.com about either RE8 or all of Death Stranding by the time we record this next episode on the 10th. If you are interested in Pokemon, I stream Pokemon on our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/spelunkers every Tuesday. Chris is streaming Resident Evil every Wednesday. Tom and usually Tyler are getting drunk and streaming games on Saturdays. I think it might be us this coming weekend.
Yeah, we just beat Wasteland 3. We're gonna start It Takes Two next week, which would be, what is it? June something.
June
5th. June 5th we'll probably start it, because Tyler will be celebrating his birthday this week. So Ryan and I are going to get drunk and play something else.
Yep, that's the plan. And our guests, I hear, have some podcasts. James, would you like to plug PS Premiere?
Sure. So we do a podcast every week on PS Premiere. It's called the PS Premiere Podcast. We talk about PlayStation and wider video game news. It's usually a fun time. We also upload other stuff on the YouTube channel, reviews, funny videos, that kind of thing, whatever we feel like, pretty much.
And Travis, you've got a podcast as well, right?
I'm on a podcast called Draft Punks. Each week we pick a new topic, and 3 hosts and 1 guest draft 5 items each based on that topic, and our community votes on a winner in the Discord. It's a good time, and we'd like you to come join us.
Yeah, it is a good time. And we'll make sure to provide links to the podcasts in the show notes and wherever we share this show. I hope everyone is well until we reconvene for the next recording. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.